tarmac. The combined sedans, they are rumbling past the Global Broadcast Centre now. I'm John Hindorf, welcoming you to a big day of motor racing. Some Ferrari Challenge Australasia coming up for you as well later on, as well as the Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour session, and leading, of course, to our Pirelli pole shootout for the Alan Simonson Trophy. The good news is that you don't have to listen to me witter on about these cars, uninformed as I am. They're just great. Gary O'Brien is with me. Hello, mate. How are you this morning?
Good, thanks, John Hindorf. It's great to be here and great to have you as company, at least. Even if I know your face will drop when you see some of these cars out there.
I was watching it yesterday. I went about 5 steps away from where we're sitting now and watched it outside. Big crowd already on hand. Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning, ladies. Getting the breakfast sarnies going.
Bacon and egg rolls at a premium, I would imagine.
Yeah.
This is the second race for the Duggins Family Hotels combined sports cars and sedans, and we had a pretty good event yesterday. A little bit of drama early in it, and some, unfortunately, some DNFs along the way, but certainly some great entertainment on track.
We had a very lovely BMW E36 in just a slightly darker shade than the Estoril blue that I've always lusted out. That comprehensively lunched the bottom end of the engine. I take it that car is not coming back today.
Well, the funny part about all that was that it had a Chev engine in it, and dropped a lot of the engine parts on the track, and a Conrod found its way in the front of an Aston Martin, which also had a Chev in it.
So it had one more Conrod than it needed, that Aston Martin.
Yeah, it was actually a 9-cylinder almost. But looking at our field as they head up the mountain now on this warm-up lap before the rolling start, Jeff Taunton will be on pole with Steve Lacey alongside him, both in Pace IRC GT SS's. They're a Chev-powered car, and you've probably seen some of them overseas, the derogatives thereof. And in the European LMS series and things that they do over there.
Preventing series, we had one there. They're a tube frame car with a great GM motor in it, LS3 I think, isn't it? That's correct. That's in there, and they sound great, they look great. They look like a particular bow-tie car, but obviously they are based around that. It is a tube frame car built by IRC. If you remember the Mark cars, it's exactly the same concept as that, but the Mark cars had Ford engines, so we call these IRC GT SS.
Yeah,
and if you're a GM fan, you'll know why they call them SS.
Yeah, the third car on the grid is Daniel Studdard in the IRC MGT. Now, this is a Camaro-looking car, which is the latest development of these Pace IRC cars. The first two that we mentioned are basically a Mustang shape. Yeah. This one, of course, is the Camaro shape. We've got Mick Grail on 4 and another GTSS. First of the sports cars, Andrew McPherson in that Porsche 991 GT3R. Now, my understanding is there's only 3 of those in Australia. He owns 2 of them, and I think it's the other one is John Morris in Victoria owns the
so is that
third one.
An ex-Cup car?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, would have raced in this race, a model of that at some stage.
It's an R. Okay.
Keith Kaselke in the what you mentioned before, the Mark II, which is the Mustang with the Coyote engine in it. That's in position 5. Position 6, Lockie Harburg, who most recently won Pro-Am in Porsche Sprint Challenge in 2024. He's on position number 7. Andrew Hall, we would have heard of his name at some stage along the line. Ex-Formula 1 mechanic at McLaren, worked at Perkins Engineering and also John Faulkner Racing as a mechanic as well. He's in the Porsche 991 GT3 Cup. Jordan Roddy out of position 9 in the Lamborghini Rex GT3 Cup. Position 10, now this is a story. Blake Tracy, 17-year-old, in the first of the chassis cars. Now we've got to remember we've got sports cars, space frame cars and chassis car. Here in this BMW Chev powered, has got himself into 10th spot, just ahead of Hugh McAllister as they come down towards the chase now. This will be for the rolling start, and be interested to see what Jeff Taunton can do today. They're restricted to a 2 minutes 9. If you break out of that, you'd get 3 grid spot penalty initially. If you do it twice, I think it's a bigger grid penalty, and if you do it 3 times, you might as well just put it on the trailer and go home. Now, yesterday, Jeff was doing sector times on different laps. When he added his 3 sectors together, he had a 2 minutes 6.1.
Wow, that's the way to do it. All right then, Dugan's Family Hotels combined sedan second race of the weekend. Stand by for action and bring the noise to the mountain on the inside, running up to Hell Corner in the green and yellow. It is Jeff Taunton in that Pierce IRC GT, and he gets the hammer down portion of 2 wheels on the grass. In the background, big lock up by the pole sitter, but he gets it turned into the left-hander, heading up the mountain straight for the first time. 3 wide on the exit, and that Porsche on the grass again there, so twice then onto the outside of the circuit from that GT3R. There's the 2 leaders pushing away, and already Jeff Taunton has absolutely shot away like he was fired out of a steam catapult, coming through into second. Another one of the Ford-shaped IRCs through the cutting for the first time, the red and white car.
So Lacey,
second place, that's Lacey.
Lacey in second. Meguiar got past Starter, going up Mountain Straight. He's in the first spot. Keep a note too that there's some fast cars starting from the back of the field. Paul Boschett, Idio Padiachi, and Mark Duggan, the category sponsor, all didn't feature yesterday. Well, they didn't feature in the finish, and particularly Duggan, who didn't actually start. So because they had to do an engine change overnight, those cars will be quick and they'll be steaming their way up the field as these cars now head across the top for the first time. Lacey goes through Skyline, and then we have these latest 2 variants of the IRC cars going through.
Nice start from Keith Silky as well. He's at the 6th position. Great to see Keith back in a race car, back here, of course, after this place was not at all kind to him, almost ended his racing career. But it's Jeff Taunton who has cleared. He's at a different postcode at the moment, and we're only on to Conrod for the first time.
We'll get some times, radar splits, and here's Kasulki putting the lights on, letting Studdert know he's going past. Kasulki in one of the early Mark II Mustang cars.
If you are away from the circuit and watching or listening away, get a set of headphones on, because these cars, through our audio, sound absolutely fantastic. Big congratulations. We've added some, our audio team have been very busy and added some more mics around the circuit.
But it gets back under Kasulki down at Murray's corner.
Yeah, in the black one.
That car we're looking at, that black one, is a different spec, and we've had the Lamborghini. It looks like that might be 129.
It is indeed.
That's Jim Manolis.
Jim Manolis, yeah, in the Huracan. One of the early cars, not the Evo for Jim Manolis. And I think that's going to bring out, I'm afraid, the safety car this Saturday morning.
Yeah, that's out of Forest Elbow, I think, by the look of it. The cars head back up the mountain. Yeah, what I was getting to is the latest IRC car is in IRC spec, whereas the front cars are all in sports sedan spec. So they've got a bit more horsepower, hence why those cars can pull the gap on them down the back straight, or down the Conrod straight. So we just noticed that Andrew McPherson's got himself up into behind Kasulki, Harburg in 9th, Port and Tracy. Here's a replay of the start.
Almost thrown away by Jeff Taunton right at the beginning, locks up the inside front. It was a nice move. Steve Lacey dropped in behind him to cover off. But then, I mean, afterburners or what? Now, let's see if we can work out what happened to the Lamborghini. Oh, just
on his own.
Coming out of the elbow, the BMW Empire elbow. Now, there was the Mitsubishi Lancer Evo was right up his tailpipes there, but I'm afraid I can't convict him from that angle. There wasn't enough in that. We've got a couple of Mitsubishis there, and I think it might have been the Evo 9 of Ed Kramer.
Possibility that John, with a car right behind it, might take a bit of air off that rear wing.
That's a good point.
And put the car a bit sideways.
So double yellows waving And the safety car has been deployed. Usual script for the safety car. Everybody slows down, no passing. Good news is that despite the argument with the wall, and the wall there is concrete and fairly unforgiving, and pretty much always wins the argument, the good news is that Jim Manolius is out of his Lamborghini Huracan, which is parked rather forlornly at a 45-ish degree angle. And there's the Eivor that was right behind him, just passing the scene of the accident there. So we'll try and work out who that was as he comes through. I'm not saying he was involved. Oh, no, he wasn't. It was the right car. It was the 57 of Ed Kramer. I thought it was. Nah, it was way back. It was a car's length or two, thanks to our replay crew.
Interesting spread of cars in this field with the sports cars being added for the first time. Duggan's Family Hotels have been the sponsors of this particular event for the last 4 years. Jeff Taunton has won the last 2 and is going for a hat-trick, and at the moment I can't see anyone touching him. And Ripple Strip Motorsport, who are the people who run it, that's...
Great name for a team, by the way.
Yeah, I love it.
By the way, for those of you outside Australia, Ripple Strip, that's like a curb. It's like a rumble strip or a curb, okay?
Yeah, and Steve Lacey and his wife Bronwyn, they are Ripple Strip Motorsport, and they've been running this event for over 10 years now. So it started off as regularity, and then it's turned into what we have here today.
And we must be about, I mean, I don't think we could start very many more than the 42, 43.
There was 49 entered, 46 turned up for first qualifying, and 45 for the first race.
Yeah.
44, actually, for the first race. So, and then we've lost a couple along the way. There's some that actually didn't finish yesterday that are back again today, and there's others that aren't back today.
Now, explain to particularly people watching on the feed what, other than this race, where these cars and this series will be
all
competing?
over the shop, John. We've got sports sedans, which is probably their most outrageous category. Almost anything goes. We have sports cars, obviously, production sports cars, improved production, which is just basically older production cars that have been tweaked a bit to fit a set of rules. So we have improved production. We also have production cars in there, and there's a couple of those out there running. There's a couple of former V8 supercars in the running as well. Unfortunately, I don't think either of them made the start.
No.
I know that Rob Vanderkamp broke a steering rack on the outlap yesterday, and unfortunately they've decided he's come all the way from South Australia as well. So he's decided he's going to pack up and just be a spectator for the rest of the weekend.
I mean, there are worse things to do this weekend, but when you brought your car all that way to have a go at the mountain, that's a huge disappointment, when we wish him all the best. So 3 laps of a 10-lap contest completed. We're behind the safety car whilst we're waiting for the clear-up. And hello to all of our marshals and volunteers. As ever, you are greeted with a smiling face wherever you come in. Hello to Steve, who's on the run in through the tunnel and up the ridges. Tamara, who's under the bridge. And all of the other volunteers, and particularly our corner workers, without whom we cannot go motor racing. Ladies and gentlemen, if I had a hat, I would be doffing it to you at the moment.
Incredible,
all looking absolutely fabulous in their 12-hour shirts this morning, and everybody's got a smile, and they are as much enthusiastic as those of you trackside are watching and listening further afield on the stream. And if you've got a bit of time and you love your motorsport, get in touch with your local marshalling club, whether you're here in Australia or further afield, and give us some of your time up. We can't have enough marshals, it's as simple as that, and volunteers.
Closest you get to motor racing without being on the track.
That is very true. Very true.
I mentioned earlier that there's a few cars started from the rear of the grid in Paul Boschert in the Dodge-powered Corvette, Idian Pediachi in his GT3 Cup car, Porsche, and Mark Duggan in the Aston Martin, and they're running in position 17, 18 and 20 from the back of a 36 car grid. Not a bit going for one lap.
Gary, I noticed when you were talking yesterday with GT, with Gartanda on this, and also this morning, there's an awful lot of engine swapping going on. So it's almost always been multi-cylinder V engines, V8s, 10s or 12s or whatever, but there's some odd engines turning up into cars that either are space frames that look different, or indeed are cars that have just had an engine swap. Why is that?
Oh, well, it's availability is, I guess, is the first thing you look at, and what sort of parts and what have you can get. There seems to be a big trend at the moment for these crate engines to come in and run in various different classes, in our V8 Super Utes, in TA2, in Trans Am, and with innovation race cars as well. So there's that. There's the big banger sports sedans that we always refer to, usually run a NASCAR-based Chev engine or a Ford engine, in the case, or, as I already mentioned, a Dodge engine.
Now, so you talk about that. So how is the balance of performance, such as it is within the classes? How is that policed? Is it on lap time? Is it on weight? Is it on restrictors?
Out of weight.
Okay.
They've brought in a bit of a ceiling on this a couple of years ago when we had that Nissan Skyline here.
Yeah, that was a rocket ship, wasn't it?
327 kilometres an hour down Conrod, yeah. They thought that for a chassis car too, it wasn't a space frame car. I believe that Brad Sheriff, the guy that has that car, is putting the finishing touches on a space frame version of that car. Oh. Something that will be something to behold. And Rotaries have made a bit of a comeback. We've had a rotary-powered car win the Australian Sports Sedan title in 2024. So, and turbo cars are still fairly strong.
So it's all down to power to weight ratio?
That's how they work out they have a, whatever the power is it's got to carry a certain amount of weight.
Got you.
So that's that just for the top end safety of the sport, I think, more than any other reason. The reason we have the 209 as a limit here is because of the variation in the speeds of the cars.
Right.
And if we made it any quicker, then a lot of the cars wouldn't qualify.
On the 130%.
30%.
Yeah. Got you. That all makes perfect sense. And so this is a national series here?
No, this is just a one-off of combined sedans. There's a couple of events around Australia that have combined sedans. Darwin at the Supercar round, there's combined sedans race there, and there's all sorts of things. There's Hyundais and HQ Holdens and sports sedans in Crew Productions.
So these individual classes then are racing in national and regional championships around
exactly. Yeah. The car running second at the moment finished third in the National Sports Sedan Championship last year, and Taunton, I think, finished second. So we look further down. Let's see, Andrew McPherson, Asia GT for the last 5 years.
Yeah.
So he hasn't driven that car up until this weekend for 18 months.
Let's give a rundown, actually, because we've nearly got cleaned up. We're on lap 4. We've completed lap 4 of 10. And Jeff Taunton is leading behind the safety car from Stephen Lacey in fact, top 3 now are all the Pace IRC GT double S cars. That's 178.3. Daniel Studdard has the slightly different shape IRC.
The newest one.
Newest one, yes. This is the one that has relatively recently come out, the number 10. And again, it's the same concept, as is the Mark car. Mark II with Keith Kasilke are now in 5th position. So the top 5 are all space frame car. The first chassis car, as Gary would call it,
is sports car. In this class, it's a sports car.
It is SC1, yeah. Monocoque car. Andrew McPherson driving that number 51 991 GT3R. So that is a previous iteration. It's a Porsche 991 is one iteration back on basically the GT3 car. So it's an early version of the Porsche GT3 cars. Has got some history around here, we believe, that chassis. Behind him is another Porsche, and that is a GT3 Cup car with Lachlan Harburg behind the wheel of that car, second in the sports car category. Then the chassis, best of the chassis cars, is in 8th position, the E36, the number 195.
That's got a Chev in it, by the way.
As you do. Let's take out a lovely straight 6, 3 litre or 3.3, and slamming a V8.
That car, that's the red one you see there. The paintwork on that is in recognition of the Bushfire Brigade in Victoria.
And our thoughts always with the first responders around the world. It looks a picture, actually, at the 195 car as it comes through the WML book.
He did a 2 minutes 14 yesterday, and his father said, that car can't do a 2:14.
Well, honestly, I didn't speed the stopwatch up, Dad. Finishing off the top 10 after Blake is John Hollinger in another one of the Pace IRC. And yes, that is the Hollinger. If you know anything about transmissions and gearboxes, it's another one of the space frame cars in 9th. And Jordan Roddy in the Lamborghini R EX GT3.
We just call it a Rex.
A Rex. Yeah, very good. He's in the top 10, and that will put him 3rd in the... Where am I? Do I put 3rd in
sports cars?
Yes, it does.
Yep.
So that's your top 10 as the clean-up continues. Beautiful morning for our opening event of our Super Saturday.
Lights are out, actually.
Oh, brilliant. So we're going to get a dash.
So we will go back to racing, and here's a good angle to see all the different variations of cars that we have. And there's supposed to be no weaving once the safety car's gone. So Meguiar did a little bit of a weave there coming through the right-hander. So
coming down towards Meguiar's with the whole of the rest of the field still coming through the chase. Down the bottom of Conrad and into the chase. Now, we saw Jeff Taunton in the green and yellow #1 car fire off the original start. So has Stephen Lacey got his ducks in a row? And what can Michael Rowell do in the multicoloured IRC in 3rd? 4th, Daniel Studdard. And then Keith Kasulki. He's not backwards and going forwards. Oh, out of Murray. Absolutely nailed it again. The leader. The battle's on for 2nd, though, down the inside for Michael Rowell, who has to give it up. And here comes Studdard and Keith Kasulki as well round the outside, holding each other up here as they go mountain straight 2 wide.
Looks like Rowell might have a little bit more straight line than Lacey, and he does the job. He's up into 2nd spot. We've seen yesterday that Lacey took quite a few laps to get past Rowell, because Rowell actually had a better run. And a better touch. There goes the front clip off the number 78 IRC car.
So Stephen Lacey now with a bit of lightness and extra cooling on the front of that IRC car. Looks more like a dirt track late model or something like that that you'd see on a Saturday night main. Now, what's that going to do to the aerodynamics as well? I think there was the slightest of touches with the car in front as they came into Griffin and started to climb up the mountain.
And that clip's cleared the fence, so that's a good thing. Here's a replay of it going into Griffin's Bend. And
yes, he did.
That's enough to take it off. And right on the landed on top of it.
Yeah. Well, that's out of the way. I don't even think it's broken. That it's a single piece of bodywork there. He might get a mechanical black flag for that. Not sure how race control will feel about that.
Well, there's nothing hanging off the car.
Well, that's true.
Pretty good.
Surely it's going to hurt the aero though as he comes through, and he's going to be a little bit of a sitting duck here.
No, it's got a bit more pace than what Studdard has, and he'll start to pull away down the straight. Wow. 2 different specs for these cars for this meeting, and you can see he does pull lengths down Conrod Straight. But I'd be a bit wary going into the... And you can see...
Oh, way back. Studdard comes from way back down the inside, and that's basically because there was no downforce onto the front wheels for retardation for that bonnetless car. And is he going to peel into the pits? No, he stayed out. Meantime, the Porsche coming up through the field is Andrew McPherson in the bright highlight, a red and white car, and he looked to be bigger than that.
Dayglow red.
Yeah, Dayglow, absolutely. Very reminiscent of a certain cigarette company from the 1970s and 80s.
1984 here, there was a couple of Dayglow red and white cars that did pretty well.
And they are both over together for the first time in a very long time over at the National Motor Racing Museum. Bit of controversy down through the years.
Yeah, they've got the right numbers on them now.
Now they have. They look beautiful as well. I actually got to sit in the 05 car the other day when we were doing some filming for tomorrow. Here comes Up the inside, Hugh McAllister in the red and white machine.
Paul Boschert in the Corvette right behind from the back of the grid. He's made up some more positions.
Yeah, that's a good run through. Already just knocking on the door of the top 10 for Paul.
Had a lot of braking issues with that car over previous years. Had a crash here last year in the championship event.
And he's laying down a bit of rubber coming out of the cutting there.
Says they've replaced everything but the rear tail light on that car in a bid to make it more reliable.
Oh, little bit of... Now, was that a tyre rub or was it a bit of burning oil? Oh, it was a tyre lock-up from the front, yeah.
Well, his brakes are working this time.
Yeah. You're not wrong there, Gary. Down through the dipper then. That iconic piece of tarmac. It's all iconic piece of tarmac here. The Toyota Gazoo Racing dipper this weekend. Different look to the circuit with some new sponsors. A lot of darker colours around. Be interested to see how that works out when we start at 5:45 on Sunday morning and how well the Meguiar's 12-hour races can see the concrete walls, because you have to get pretty close to them. Coming to complete another lap. Jeff Taunton, fastest lap last time around at 2:10.7. So he's got just under a second still to go before he breaks out of the bracket, as it were, side by side again, up the Mount straight, and a big cut up the inside by Mike Rowell.
On-wrap Mike Rowell by Danny Studdert, and he, bit of a bump and...
hell corner, excuse me.
Yep, you're in my way, move.
Well, that was robust, I think. Is that reasonable?
So Taunton's lead is now 12.5 second, almost 6.6 seconds, started the second.
He's just done a 2:09.5 as well, Jeff Taunton, so he's playing with that.
Well, he's got all the time in the world. He's well ahead. Rowell in third, Kasilke fourth, Lacey fifth, and then we've got McPherson and Harburg, the two of the sports car entrants. And here's this move again down at Murray's Corner. Run it down the inside, started I should say, and gives a little bit of a bump to Rowell and says, right, I wanted that spot, I'll take it. He knows that he has to be well ahead because the Rowell car's got a bit more squirt going up the hill.
So through the cutting again.
Actually, he must have a bit of a drama because he's got right off
now. So the number 3 car, Michael Rowell, then now with the bonnetless IRC. Number 78, Stephen Lacey, in behind him. The mostly red car of what you can see when it's gone by, red and black down the side. We're seeing bits of the undercarriage of that number 78 Pace IRC GT SS. Bits that we probably ought not to be seeing, but it hasn't happened to Pace.
All those crate engines look the same from on top, don't they?
You know, you've just upset so many Chev and Ford fans and Dodge fans around the world. Down through to the ML Port.
The train of cars right behind now. This has turned into a fascinating scrap. We're on lap 8 of a supposed 10-lapper. We might go one short, given that we're time certain.
Yeah, we've had 22 and a half minutes. I think we might be all right. I haven't seen the clock pop up yet. If we stay great, there's the fire engine coming down as well.
Yeah, he just got passed by Jordan Roddy.
Yeah.
Just been told that just started their last lap.
Ah, right, okay. Thank you.
So this is not been resolved as yet. Rowell, Lacey, and McPherson down the inside of Kasilke. Can't get it done. He tried that before and didn't get it done. And then Harburg, they're the two front runners in sports cars, and they're running nose to tail.
Two dramatically different cars that look very similar. The GT3 Cup car by no means as sophisticated as the full GT3 they are. And the 991.
And here's this Lamborghini Hurricane coming up on them as well.
Fire that one up.
It's a bit quicker in a straight line by the look of it as well. So he goes past Harburg straight, although Harburg has the inside run into turn 2. And look who's lurking in the background. It's Mark Duggan, the series sponsor, from the back, the very back. He was off the final spot on the grid spot 36, I think it was.
That's the Aston Martin with the engine swap.
And he's up to 10th.
And here he comes, the multicoloured Aston. So the fire engine E36 with the Chevy engine, Blake Tracy, now ahead and up into 8th position as they go over the top again on the last lap. And what is that red, white and green car going to be able to do? The DBR 9S shape car with the VB livery on it. Oh, I remember that livery on the Ferrari 550 Maranello that raced in these parts.
Yeah, very popular beverage down under.
I have heard that. I must give it a try once in a while.
It has its lovers, but it has its detractors as well.
It's a bit it's a bit better, is it? Jeff Taunton then coming down to take the second race of the weekend for the Duggan's Family Hotel combined sedans. Checkered flag is in the air, and the number 1 car is on the top step of the box again by an impressive margin. Daniel Studdard coming through in the black and white number 10 car in second. He's going to be 15 seconds or so back at the line. Well, he's cut it back to just on 14 seconds, but Jeff was cruising at the end. Then a little 3-car battle pack coming through for the minor positions.
Oh, the goes round.
Right at the end and right in front of 2 cars. Brilliant piece of avoidance by Blake Tracy, who will make up a position because of that. All the hard work done in the number 91 Porsche by Lachlan Harburg, and he's dropped out of the top 10. He will drop to 3rd, I think. He's still on the podium in the sports car class, but he's dropped down to 3rd after a certain second was on the cars. Looked like he just locked up the rears on breaking down to Murray's for the last time.
Yeah, what a shame. It was a big battle between him and McPherson for top honours in sports cars. Didn't quite get it together. One of the Audis coming through ahead of
Andy Tudor coming through. The Audi.
And that's the Paul Bray Commodore just behind.
It's the VT, isn't it? Yeah.
Which had a puncher in the first qualifying session, right about in the chase.
Oh, that will catch your attention.
It did. And
big last-minute dive down the inside. The Trinetta holds the line, and the number 63 Lamborghini having a look down the inside. Stephen Baker there on Paul Gregory in the G50, and neither of them are getting to the line as it stands at the moment. Who can get a gear first? It's a race. It's like a backward cycling race at the moment, and the Ginetta G50 snatches the gear and holds on to, well, lost a position actually because Sven Berkets went through in the GT3 Cup S car, the number 90.
That Cup S car is only one of 27 built by Porsche.
Brilliant stuff right at the end.
What a race.
We had a decent race there, Gary, didn't we?
Good fun. Good fun by us and those on the track, I would have thought.
At the start, Jeff getting away, locking it up, but as soon as he got onto Mountain Straight, engaged warp drive and disappeared. The margin of victory at the end of 14 seconds. There was a decent scrap going on for the minor positions. We lost the Lamborghini.
Lamborghini at Forest Elbow, so we had an early safety car at this point.
Cost us a couple of 3 laps on the restart. Certain sense of déjà vu about Jeff at the front. Again, disputing the minor positions with the other Pace IRC machines. And then a little incident up at Griffin's Bend, which will be a bit of a talking point, I think. Just a tiny little touch.
Just enough to...
Yeah, I mean, that was nothing, Gary.
And they're clipped on by about 6 or 8 clips on the front of them generally.
You know what I've realised that looks like, particularly in that colour? It looks like the old Pano's front-engine sports car with the Roush V8 in it.
Oh, yes.
Then a great...
here for the race of 1,000 years.
Oh, I missed that one. Michael Rowell having a battle right through the final corner.
And lost that one.
Yeah, Daniel Studdard going through. He'd eventually finish second, but there was nobody going to better Jeff Taunton in that green and your great colour scheme, that chrome green, really popping in the morning sunshine here on the mountain. 13.9 seconds. He takes the overall and the category win with Daniel Studdard and Michael Rowell on the overall, a podium in second and third. As we confirm the results of the second race, the Duggan's Family Hotels combined sedans this weekend. Best of the sports cars, Andrew McPherson in 5th position in the GT3R Porsche 991. I thought always a very elegant shape of Porsche, the 991.
You're quite a lover of Porsches, aren't you?
I do like a nice Porsche. I've ended up with blue ones, and I didn't set out to collect blue ones, but that's just the way it's ended up. So good weekend of action from the drivers and the teams in the combined sedans. Just picking up some of the other class winners. Sports Car 2, let me go down that. I think it was Dave Allen in the 997 GT3 Cup car, the earlier version of the Porsche 1 Meg Series machine, the number 327, ahead of Andy Tudor in the Audi. Would look to be that for me. CH2, the Chassis 2 category. Was that Charlie Curry in the Civic? It might have been, you know. Yep, it was.
Well, that's come from no qualifying up to second position. So
finished ahead of Steve Thompson's Mitsubishi in the Hyundai i30.
Ed Kramer was ahead of him.
Oh, no, yeah, sorry, Ed Kramer, yeah, in that E49. Yeah, he had to avoid the spinning Lamborghini. So, congratulations to all that made the end. It's always an absolute joy to drive the just over 3.8 miles, 6.2 kilometres of Mount Panorama on a Saturday morning. Gary, thank you very much.
No, it's been a pleasure, John. I'm more than pleased that I've got the great Hindy alongside.
What a great way to start Super Saturday. If your trackside don't go too far away, on the stream we'll have more action for you as we head towards the big event of today. We'll be setting the grid for the 2025 Meguiar's Bathurst 12 Hours, the Pirelli Shootout for the Alan Simonson Trophy, and the build-up to that starts soon with more practice for the 12-hour cars. Hello everybody and welcome along to Mount Panorama Bathurst for the 2025 Meguiar's Bathurst 12 Hours. It is our Super Saturday. Settle back wherever you are in the world. This is a day not to go too far away from your computer screen because we have got entertainment coming stacked right throughout the day. It will culminate in the award of the Alan Simonson Trophy at the end of the Pirelli shootout for pole position here for the 2025 event. Before that, we got a couple of free practice sessions and the first part in qualifying. Delighted to say that alongside me, John Hindorf, is Richard Crail and Garth Tander. And we've already got a spinner in the GT4 class. The McLaren has gone around. That, Garth Tander, is not the way you want to start your free practice 5.
Good morning, John. Good morning, Richard. Good morning, everyone. And no, that's probably not the way you want to open your Saturday morning, but any time that you spin a race car at Bathurst and you don't hit a concrete wall, it could be a lucky day for that
Good
car.
point, well weird and beautifully presented.
Cold tyre, just getting on the gas out of turn 2, and I would imagine that's actually a brand new tyre. And just getting the mould release off the tyre, and around they go. And as we said, managed to keep it off the concrete, Rich.
That's the quick and effective way to remove the mould release. Do it in
turn 11.
2 corners it is, yeah. Anthony, the Queenslander behind the wheel. Good morning, Garth. Good morning, John.
Morning, Crail.
Everybody here at the circuit, great crowds so far this weekend, and a really good vibe in town last night. The city of Bathurst was absolutely packed to the rafters, which is great to see. And this just sets the scene as to where we are. So there's 5.5 million people in Sydney. Felt like most of them were down at the Ox last night in Bathurst town as we take a look at this incredible racetrack, 6.2 Ks, wedged on the side of what used to be called the Bald Hills. And it's now Mount Panorama, and they've been racing here since the late 1930s. It's hosted all the great races. The Australian Grand Prix, believe it or not, has a history here. The great race in October, and the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 Hour has become a staple. The 23 corners, you know them by iconic names that we'll refer to over the course of the weekend. And 3 sector times we'll be talking about, Garth, will become increasingly more relevant today because we're building towards qualifying, and it's a real evolution over the course of the day to build to the Pirelli pole battle this afternoon. It's 10 cars, 15 minutes. Fastest driver gets the Alan Simonson Pole Award. 2 hours of practice, 30 minutes each for qualifying 1 and qualifying 2, which is the top and bottom 50% of the field, so they get plenty of clear racetrack in those sessions, and then you get to that 1 or maybe 2 magic laps in prime time this afternoon to get there.
Yeah, the intensity level will rise as the day progresses, and starting in this session, practice, what are we up to? Practice 5, and this is what we call a hot session. So it's a procedural session. That's what we're seeing. A lot of cars coming straight into pit lane, driver changes, they're prepping tyres or roading tyres, which we saw some teams doing yesterday. They're checking fuel flow rates because they're allowed to fill the cars off the fuel rigs in this session. But then we get into practice 6, the next one, and that's the one that splits the top and bottom 50%, as you said, Rich. So we'll see a lot of qualifying simulations in practice 6, and then obviously once we get into qualifying, it's time to tighten the belts up, turn the headlights on, stop breathing for 2 minutes and see what lap time you can do. And the shootout, the pole shuffle shootout here in the GT3 car is epic to watch here. It's really, I mean, we all love the 1 lap shootout thing at the 1000, but when these drivers get a couple of cracks at a lap around here in a GT3,
they are just flawless.
The 1 lap is, we've had that at this event before, but that's October. I mean, it's iconic as part of.
I like that we've separated. We've moved away.
Yeah,
I like that.
I agree, and it suits the car better as well. These cars take sometimes, unless you're Sheldon Thunderlinger last year, more than a lap to produce peak pace, peak performance. And you and I and Chad Nailon were crunching some numbers yesterday on Maro Engel's record-breaking run. Wow. I think it's 6 laps, all of which could have probably put him in pole position, and it was the 6th and final one that did the job, and the first pole lap here at Bathurst under 2 minutes. So once again, Team WRT, incredible Belgian-based outfit, outrageously professional team that run in GT racing all around the world and the World Endurance Championship of hypercars and 24 Hours of Le Mans. And they are going through the processes this morning, so fuel in. And found out yesterday that the timed pit stop rules are 80 seconds. Pit in to pit out. So it's the control line at one end to control line at the other. 32-second transit time up and down the lane. So take that from your 80 seconds, and that's how long you'll be stationary in your box.
Basically, when you take into consideration reaction times, the stopping in the box, taking out, launching out of the box, the sit-still time's effectively 45, 46 seconds. The fill time for most of these cars will be around the 38 to 40 second mark. So they've got a 5-second window where they can sort of, effectively, you do your job properly in the pit stop, you'll be sitting there doing nothing for 5 seconds.
Talking to some of the drivers who were out and about last night, pro drivers in particular, were absolutely straining at the link to get back here this morning and get out. They did do the last session, the last 40-minute session yesterday. That was the bronze driver session, and they were really jonesing to get back on this track. They were like, "Come on, we want."
Yesterday was a really strange day on track in that it felt, I'm going to say, it felt calm and controlled, and no one, you know, the crank it up to 11 dial on the pro drivers was somewhere around 5 or 6, and we were barely seeing it. And the contrast in teams as well, who either had something really good or really bad. It was one or the other, and a conversation with Jules Gounon about what they were at with car 75, and they were really struggling with balance on that car, and said it was really oversteering, really tailing, which they were trying to tune out of it, and I know they had a big swing at that overnight. Whereas other teams, and we referenced yesterday in practice 4 that Mark Sini said to his engineer, if you change this car, Lee Holson's the same, you're gone. So they were really happy with the Hallmark Audi. That was a strange vibe up and down the garages yesterday.
Yeah, and I think as the intensity goes up today, it'll be less calm and more of that anxious sort of nervous energy start to creep into the garages and into the cockpits of the cars. So even there you can see which tyre's got to go on the car. Oh, wrong tyre. So even now, just getting these procedures right, and that's why they allow the teams these hot sessions, just to practice those procedures, practice the pit stop rules, practice, you know, the 80-second sit still, make sure their pit stop timers in the cars are calibrated correctly. Just ticking a lot of boxes in this session, and then even in this session, I think as the 60 minutes goes on, the intensity level will start to rise.
Equivalent time last year, and the beauty is the format's been quite set for a couple of years. It requires 12 hours, so you can sort of reference year to year, and last year it was a 2:03.1, which was a Jamie Whincup lap in the Triple Eight AMG at the time. So this was the second quickest of the practice sessions 12 months ago. FP1 was the quickest session of the weekend, and that's how it stood after yesterday, with Augusto Farfus setting the quickest time on Friday in the first practice session at a 2:02.90.
Maro Engel in the test car going through at a 2:04.2 and goes to the top. Now we were monitoring the gap between wing mirrors and bodywork and wall at the top of the mountain. Acres.
Oh, you could drive a truck through there, John.
A Tonka toy, possibly. Yes, I think you may be right.
No, the Australian B-double, you get through there, no problems at all, John.
Just backing up what you were saying, Quilsey, about how, and I like that word, normally on a Saturday morning, we're talking about at least one story where somebody's having to do something to the car. And all we've got is the fact that the 75 Express need to find a balance on the car. Nobody had any damage. Yeah, nobody had to pull the all-nighter. Nobody was off down the taft to pull out the chassis leg or anything like that. So yeah, uneventful, quiet. People getting on with that work and running through that program.
I think it shows a massive level of restraint across the field as well yesterday, and everyone just playing themselves in gradually to this place. And as Garth touched on, the intensity builds, and that's when mistakes can creep in, and that's when the differential between the pro drivers and some of the less experienced guys can start to become a little bit more overt. The sweet sound of a 5.2-litre V10 Audi R8 running up the hill is the number 183 from Jamek Racing, Team MPC, Troy Russell's squad. Pulled together this program at the last minute and had a really solid day yesterday, despite the fact they missed one of the four 40-minute sessions with a gearbox change. Liam Talbot was very quick in the final session of the day. Brock Feeney was very fast in his one pro session behind the wheel. So this is a good combo Liam behind the wheel at the moment, and the Swiss young gun Ricardo Feller, who's been here since 2002 and been very quick on every occasion, will be here as well as part of this number 183 JMEC Racing out.
Let's bring in our full voice for this early part of the sessions today on this Super Saturday. Shay Adam is working the lane for us again. Hello, Shay.
Hello,
nothing, as we said, nothing for you to follow up in terms of people who pulled all-nighters. So where have you plotted up at this morning?
Well, I walked all the way down to the STM team, the Scott Taylor Motorsport. I was having a quick chat with Craig Lowndes, living legend of the mountain, and he was saying that they found some issues with the car overnight between the practice sessions, which is a bit of a relief because they didn't quite have all the speed that they expected to have coming into today's race. So good news from that organization, and I will dive back up that way to try and get a chat with them. But also, I've noticed a couple of interesting things. That team in particular, they're scrubbing their tires this morning. They've done 2 sets of Pirellis thus far with Thomas Randall behind the wheel, and they are planning on doing a couple more. But I saw a brake change going on for the Volante Rosso Aston Martin. That is the silver lineup car with the 3 newbies to the mountain and to this race. The second youngest driving lineup in GT3 history, I think we decided. Krilsey, you'll have to check me on that one.
You were correct, Shay.
There we go. But that car did a front brake change where they barely, well, the pads that they took off were barely used, to be perfectly honest, but they were hot to the point where the crew couldn't figure out how to get them back into the garage because the mitts that they were trying to use, they weren't exactly protecting enough. So just interesting to see that after only a couple of laps around the mountain this morning.
Thanks, Shay. Just a point on that Aston Martin as well. They were given dispensation to take part in practice 1, which was the bronze driver only, practice bronze driver only session. Yeah. Because 2 of their drivers, although they were ranked silver, had never been here before. So that team went to race management and said, can we please have permission to get them some more laps?
Do you know what?
And
that's entirely sensible.
It's a very pragmatic life decision, isn't it, for everybody else's benefit as well as that team.
Yeah. That comes under the catch-all of at the race director's discretion, and that is a great bit of discretion and common sense being used.
I did think when Jamie Day did that 5-1, I thought that's a pretty shiny time for a bronze.
Yeah.
So it's a shiny. They call it the nickname in the paddock for a fast bronze driver is a shiny bronze, and thought that was a pretty shiny lap. So.
Which then translates into a sneaky silver.
Yeah, that's
and
right.
Further up the progression, and there are a couple of sneaky silvers on this group too, by the way.
Gilles Gounon getting a little bit closer to the wall, was he? Oh, he's running pretty low, though, as he goes through that. Now, what was that? Was that just the bottom of the
bottoming
car?
out on that little drain on the exit of Reed Park. So as they press on, and we will see this from Gilles Gounon later today, that they will exit Reed Park with the mirror against the wall and then stay there until they turn into McPhillamy. So well north of 200 kilometres an hour minimum speed for those 2 corners.
Does that curve on the exit, does that massively unsettle the car?
No, because most of the energy's come out of the tyre by that point. So if we catch a slow-mo, you'll actually see the sidewall is actually starting to stand back up again. It's actually not deformed underneath the rim. So you feel it. It's actually, you just feel it. And exactly what Jules did there. Yeah, okay, it wasn't that much of a bump. I've got a bit more room. When you really feel the car bottom hard off that curb, you go, okay, there's not much margin left.
Was he slightly further over that time?
He'll keep getting wider.
Yeah.
Guaranteed by qualifying, he'll either touch the wall or you won't be able to see an air gap.
Right.
And that's where these guys, particularly the European pro drivers that come to Bathurst, are so good at finding the limit of this track every year within a very short period of time.
The middle sector is the shortest sector in terms of distance, about 1.7k. So it's from under the tree as you burst up over the hill to the exit of the elbow by the Bathurst Light Car Club. The average speed in sector 2 is 185 kilometres an hour. Now, there's 2 corners in that. One of them's 80k at the elbow, one of them's 60k at the tipper. The average speed's 180 in that middle sector, which is insane.
Like I said, minimum speed at Reed Park and McPhillamy between 200 and 210k an hour, depending on your level of bravery and what lap you're doing.
How tight you've got the belts. How tight Jules got his belts with the 204.5 and pops the 75 Express car up to 5th place.
Heavily traffically polluted that lap too in the final sector.
I think we can pop down to Shay Adam, who is watching a couple of pit stops. Heard the rattle guns down there.
another brake change going on, guys. This one for the 888. No, sorry, the 77. It's the Mercedes-AMG Craft Bamboo entry that's in. They are doing front brakes as well. But I've seen a lot of interesting things happening within the last 5 minutes since I've talked to you. We've had about 4 teams come down the pit lane and check their pit timing. They want to make sure that they are in the pit lane for the exact amount of time needed for the resurfacing, because of course if you come in and take fuel, it's 80 seconds worth of a stop. If you don't take fuel, come in, do a driver change, do a tire change, and get out as quickly as possible. But a lot of people are checking their timers to make sure that they have everything calibrated for tomorrow's race. Did not see that happening yesterday.
Yeah, Shay, that's a really good point you make. And the reason we didn't see that happening yesterday, it was only yesterday afternoon that the teams were informed that that transit time was going to be 80 seconds. So all the teams went to work overnight to set their pit lane timers, and now they're checking that calibration. And the reason also we're seeing so many brake changes in this session is there's potential that we'll see front brake pad changes in the race. And I know a lot of teams were planning to either do it in this session, given it's a hot session, they're able to do it, or you'll see them do it right at the end of the session. So the checker flag will come out, driver will drive it back into pit lane, stop like you would in the race, do a hot pit stop that might include a brake change, and then the car won't leave.
Oh, big slide.
Wow.
At the cutting.
One of the Ferraris.
It's interesting.
This is the AF Corsa Ferrari, as I keep. You've said that to me.
You can't unsee.
Can't unsee it.
Yeah.
One of the prime class cars.
That's Brad Schumacher on the exit of the corner. Often in these cars especially, you see them as they turn in after the kink or the run up there, the cars start to slide before the corner. It's rare in a GT car, you see them sliding on the exit there.
So, Goff, we were talking about teams bedding in and scrubbing up tyres yesterday. Talked to some of the drivers about that last night as well from WRT, and they were saying they'd done everything they needed to do. They keep 2 sets of absolutely brand new ones for the qualifying runs later on today. Is that what's going on with brakes as well? Because you'll want to match a set of pads to a set of rotors, won't you?
Yes, absolutely. So they will potentially have all their race rotors on the cars now. And then, if you are going to do a brake pad change, you want to match. The pads will be pre-bedded. They're machine-bedded from the brake pad manufacturer. But then you do want to match it to the rotor, so you give it another light bedding on the race car, if you like. So realistically, a lot of the European teams have probably got all their brakes flown here, and they picked them up here at Mount Panorama, haven't had a chance to put them on the cars. Most of the Australian-based cars would have done this in their lead-up test last week or 2 weeks ago, whenever, as part of their preparation, so they don't have to do it here at the circuit.
And what you're saying there, you don't expect to see brake disc, brake rotor changes? Just
I think it'll depend on the system, depending on how the manufacturers have got their front upright set up and how their brakes work. So some, like we see in supercars, sometimes it's quicker to change the whole caliper, rotor and pad all at once. Some teams decide just to leave the caliper there, do pads and rotors. So it depends on how the teams and how the manufacturers have their front brake set up. So that's what we'll see. And that's actually, it's a good point you make, John, that we probably need to keep an eye on how they go, if we are going to see brake pad changes, how they go about it. They just change the pads? Do they change the rotors and pads? I would have thought, given these cars are designed and built to do 24-hour racing, they'll do 12 hours on a set of rotors, no problem.
Couple of impressive performances. Just to update you on the timing screen, says we've been watching Arise Racing GT on both sides of the screen, so a pit stop for the Pro-Am car, and Supercars champion Will Brown just bailing out of this lap with some traffic at the top of Mount Panorama. So the 32 BMW is still quickest. Gunon's just gone to second with a 2:03.9, so they're winding up car 75 and the 3-time winner of this race. But a very good lap from Brendan Leach in the Lamborghini, which is a car we've all got sort of highlighted in fluoro yellow on our sheets for qualifying later on, with a very, very fast Kiwi from Chicago behind the wheel. He's done a 2:04.1. Brenton Grove, a 2:04.18 in the Grove hire car in number 4. He's gone 4th. Morris Schuring was 2nd for a while there. He's 5th in the Bend entry. But the other couple of laps I wanted to point out, Luke Yulden in the 47 car Superbarn Supermarkets at a 4:3. And Jay Robotham, who's behind the wheel of the Aston Martin for Valente Rosso, who at 22 is the most experienced driver in the field in that car this weekend, has put that car in the top 10. And as I say that, Scott Andrews puts the guy of Belmont Racing Audi into 3rd position at a 4:1, which is a great lap for the young man from Torquay who spent the last year in the last 10 years in the United States, building a sports car career, and now lives in Fort Worth, Texas, but very proud to be back racing at his home racetrack.
Don't forget, on the socials, you want to get in touch, the hashtag B12HR, as it ever was, at RSL_studio as well. We'll get you straight onto the screen in front of us here. Want to know, Crailsey, during the race, Crailsey wants to know who's going to go the full 12 for those that are outside this time zone. So if you're getting up in the early hours of the morning, or you're staying up late at night across a couple of days.
And just to qualify, that doesn't count if you're in New Zealand.
I was going to say,
because they've actually got a better...
What's the definition of in a different time zone?
You need to be
in South Australia. It's only half an hour.
You need to be in the Northern Hemisphere, I think. Harder work if you're in Perth.
Well, it's only
I get
3
that.
hours in Perth.
Yeah, the start time is pretty rough over there.
Yeah,
but if you're in
fair.
New Zealand, it's a 7:45 a.m. race start to a 7:45 p.m. race finish, which is very
from there, then.
very civilised, very civilised business hours, if you don't mind, for a 12-hour race.
I'm just typing now, Dear Nathan, can we have a remote
Yes,
move in
but
NZ?
if you're in New York, it becomes slightly more difficult, doesn't it?
Indeed, so.
I think Northern Hemisphere would probably be... There's a lot of South African interest in the race.
Yeah.
Not particularly friendly time zone in that part of the world. So,
But don't forget, for the internationals, if you go onto the Bathurst, Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour site, and you get the links through, that international feed is flagged. When we say flag to flag, we really mean flag to flag. There will be no interruptions. The bad news is you get no respite from us through.
no. You know when you see the map of the globe and you can see the parts that are obviously in sunlight? And the parts
yeah.
I reckon if you're in sunlight, it doesn't count.
Okay.
Oh, it's getting technical
No,
now.
I don't think that's quite simple.
And also, we want to know
We're
how
going to
you're
have Chad
getting
Nailon
through
in
it.
the Pirelli pit
Well,
bunker
yes.
with a whole set of rules about Richards, who's watching from where.
From where?
Yeah, we want to know how you're getting through it as well. So what do you use to get... well, keep it legal. I'm going to say straight away. But generally
Nothing
speaking,
stronger than coffee. And
I think it was Danny Sullivan who said adrenaline, the drug you can't buy. And this race to me always seems to go quicker than I expect for a 12-hour race. The 12-hour races is the longest that I do in one go. As soon as it gets to be 24 hours, we do shifts. But here, Sebring, one or two other places, I tend to just set myself down, get a glass of water, and stick into it. And this race, I'm always amazed. There'll always be a point in the race where I'll turn to my two colleagues on my right here and say, how have we only got 2 hours left? It just is incredible. The rhythm of this race. Got a couple of cars together going across the top here. Rich, even though this is only a practice session, and the Wall Lamborghini just bailing out there and letting the beautiful 296 go through.
so Adrian Dietz has just jumped behind the wheel of that car, and he's on an outlap, and he's had Will Brown approach him on what was going to be a quite good lap for the Arise Racing Ferrari. Speaking of good laps, Thomas Randall goes to second in 222. Scott Taylor Motorsport AMG raising much-needed funds for the Prostate Cancer Foundation of Australia, who this year are now the official event charity of the Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour. And they've raised a couple of $100,000 over the last couple of years since they started that program in 2022 with Scotty and his team. It's a really good squad. Tommy Randall and his Supercars teammate Cam Waters and some bloke called Lowndes, who's done a little bit here or there over the journey, and they've now got raw speed out of that car, and Tom going on with it too. And we talked about this yesterday, about how the field would compress as the weekend goes on. And now if you go down to 12th place Will Brown, and by no way means do we expect that car to remain in that position. He's only 0.7 of a second away from Brock Phoenix now. Quickest time of the session so far.
He's the man that's currently second and has the fastest first sector of the session on this very lap. 1T Randall, the 222 AMG Mercedes GT is going to have one of the GT4 McLarens. Will it hold him up, or will he be able to get off here and sneak a little toe? No, it won't be going fast enough for the toe, but didn't look like he lost. Yeah, he lost a lot of time across the top. 2.5 seconds, so this lap won't put him to the top, but it looks like they have got some speed from this car. You were talking about the Ferrari earlier, Rich, and we have not seen anything from them yet.
From either of them.
And I just think that they're keeping their powder dry for as long as they can until qualifying. And would imagine when it's time to make sure they're in the top 50% in practice 6, that's when we'll see those cars show a bit of their potential.
Speaking of potential, Brock Feeney showing some in the Audi, so 31.5 in the middle sector. For reference, there's only 2 drivers I can find that have ever gone sub 31 seconds across the top, and they're both in the grid this weekend, one of them Maro Engel. So anywhere mid 31 seconds from Reed Park across to the elbow is very, very fast.
It's that good a lap, Rich, that he's coming to pit lane.
Yep, and not showing
just
what the
as
lap time
you
was.
talk him up.
I love it.
I think, yeah, but I think the BOP police, or the Balance of Performance Police, they're awake to the old go fast, fast, come into the pits thing. So I'm not sure you can hide your speed, especially when his current sector is purple on the timing screen.
That was aiming somewhere in the low 2s that lap, so it was going to be very, very spicy. And Randall in as well, having had that traffic at the top of the mountain. So Audi, Mercedes, AMG and BMW, the top 3. And then the 75 Express Sun Energy car of Jules Gounon in 4th. Maxime Martin in, I was going to say the BMW. It's strange to see him in a Mercedes AMG product at this place.
$5 in the jar.
Yeah. I guarantee we'll do it again tomorrow.
Oh, surely.
Sure.
Such a long history as a BMW factory driver, and changed brands to the 3-pointed star, so he's now in the GMR entry. They've pinched the famous 888 number, which is significant here for multiple different reasons. One of them for the race team, but for Asian-based teams, 888, as we know, is considered a lucky number. So GMR, who flagged out of Hong Kong, Chinese-based team with a huge amount of success in this part of the world, and indeed in Europe, in Great Britain as well, in GT racing over there, have assumed that number this year with T8 itself not on the grid. The Aston Martin's getting some traffic with the KTM on the run down the hill.
Jalen Rawbotham behind the wheel, and just coming up to the KTM, the singleton invitational entry car. Those guys don't care a jot about the fact that there's no one else in their class. They are racing the clock, and they are racing the mountain. They've had no look at all here. If it hasn't been bad luck, they've had no look here. And they will be counting off, I guarantee you, they will be counting off every single lap, every single pit stop, and every single hour that they complete here, girls.
Yeah, and they had a very, very nice day yesterday. Caught up with Glenn Wood, who's part of that, and Garth knows the brothers Wood extremely well, but Glenn was like, how are you, mate? Oh, great. This is awesome. I've come back from Dubai, I did that race, that was awesome. I'm really awesome. Everything's awesome. So he was in a very positive mood yesterday, was Woody. Trent Harrison behind the wheel.
Is that going to be their theme tune?
Oh,
Everything is awesome. Playing that right.
If they get to hour 12 and see the checkered flag tomorrow, it will be.
Do you know what? That'll be his biggest celebration if they can get this car to the end and see the checker. That'll be his biggest celebration as whoever is standing on the top step.
Oh, yeah, yes, absolutely it would. Give them the keys to the city if they get there. So they're going through a pit stop practice now as well. And man, I was just talking about, we'll jump into that car. Woody running full time in Porsche Carrera Cup now with his brother. 2-car, basically Wood Brothers Racing, just not in NASCAR. They had a pretty good season last year. Glenn ended, unfortunately, quite a big shunt at the Adelaide 500 and found the infamous Turn 8 fence. He and the champ, Harry Jones, were involved in that. And but bounced back pretty hard and got some miles over in Dubai with the team that went over there to run the Mercedes AMG with Garth Walden Racing and Ram Motorsport and M Motorsport all putting together their little joint forces attack with the Mercedes AMG.
They had no fun at all, by the way, in that race. Well, I was doing the 2 o'clock, 2:30 till 4:30 stint in the pits to give Nick Damon a spell, so I jumped out of the booth and went down there and had a word with the guys down there. And at that time of the night, because you don't refuel in the pit lane, so you're in a pair of shorts and a polo shirt. And at that time of the night, it was around about 17, 18 degrees. I'm wandering down there with my cameraman, just sticking my nose in places. A lot of people just chilling out, relaxing. Those guys were like, right, come on. Everybody wanted to pop out to the front and have a chat. It was good. Loved it. Really good.
They did have some stress because the container with the car was due to arrive on the Sunday prior, so they could do all the pre-event testing, and it rocked up about 6 hours before they were due on track on the Thursday, and there was an absolutely mad thrash. And Garth Walden, who put that program together, was telling me from the moment they hit the track to the moment they finished the race was 110 hours. They had 10 hours sleep in that period. So it was pretty brutal. But the knowing that squad, the first beverage at the end of that would have tasted extremely delicious. They had a very good trip. It's cool to see. I love it when, and there's a group of different teams there.
As well,
yeah, so Mike Sheargold's Ram Motorsport, M Motorsport, who have been part of this race for a long time, and Garth Walton Racing all sort of got together, a bunch of mates, and said, look, let's go and tick some bucket list races off. And they had a great time and got to the end and had a good day.
That was where this odyssey for me started at Dubai back in the second weekend of January. This is the fourth of 4 fabulous endurance weekends, and what a way to end off the start of the motorsport season. Each of those races doing something a little bit different, and now we start the Australian motorsport season in earnest with the 2025 Meguiar's Bathurst 12 Hours.
So, gents, I was looking for a few boxes to be ticked in this session from some cars that were almost anonymous yesterday. And anonymous at this place isn't necessarily a bad thing at all. One of them was 222, so we've seen Thomas Randall do a nice lap with 203.8 to go second quickest. The other one is Craft Bamboo Racing. And on cue, the colour spec car with Jada No Jada, Penrith's finest across the top of Mount Panorama. James Courtney might argue with me about that, but the Juice is a terrific driver. And now this is a little bit closer.
This is more of what we'll see as we get close to qualifying.
Well, and he's on a very good lap too, Garth. So personal best first, quickest of anybody in the middle sector, and his split is good. So these guys had a very quiet day yesterday, just going about their work, and that has just hit the fence. And the Method Motorsport number 25, McLaren Artura, has found the wall. It's Paul Buccini behind the wheel, and it's ended up at the gravel trap at McPhillamy Park.
First interruption of the session.
Yeah,
really. We had a little kangaroo incident the other day, but that didn't really cost us any time. But that is the first proper interruption. Paul just clipping the wall at the top of the mountain, then heading into the beach right at the very top. Didn't have any further contact, I don't think, through that gravel trap. No, stopped well short. It's going to take a little bit of time to get that car recovered, and it's not going to roll down the hill, I don't think.
No, it's definitely going to need a right front corner put in it. There's the team at Method Motorsport looking on.
Man in the white undergarments, thank you, is Josh Buchan.
There's the team owner.
Yeah.
Wandered down.
Just be there counting the dollar signs on that now.
What's that going to cost me? Welcome to team ownership,
yes, exactly. Yeah, you've been there. Here it is again. So this is the run just before Walter J. McPhillamy Park.
Just got wide, never got back to the apex at Reed Park, and wandered wide up out of the rubber in the grey. And doesn't take much up there. You don't have to be far offline. You have to be super accurate. You can see the right front wheel is not turning, so front upright, front suspension.
That could have been a lot worse.
Yeah.
He's actually... Did he touch the curb on the left here as he was coming through and just unsettle the car? No,
I think he's just
wide.
And generally that starts when you drop down into the grate, and when you start the drop, if you're too wide, you can't get the car back. Doesn't matter how far you turn, because inertia and momentum as the car falls down the shelf into the grate just keeps that inertia going, and you get out into the grey and you're in the marbles and there's just nothing. You are literally a passenger. Doesn't matter what you do with the controls, brakes, steering, you can get off the throttle. It doesn't change anything. You are just a passenger on the way to the scene of either a small accident like this one or a very large accident we saw a few years ago.
You can't fight physics.
No.
Don't care who you are.
That's exactly what takes place.
The concern there will be the right front chassis rail of that car and the underpinnings in the front structure, but it couldn't have hit much more square than it did, so right front corner damage. So there is some McLaren Customer Racing support here this weekend as well, so they've got a lot of resources, Method Motorsport, to make sure that they can get their cars back on the racetrack. The Buccini family are a terrific story, guys. They've been involved in the sport for a long time. As the wildlife getting involved at the top of the mountain. It goes quiet. You pick up all the natural stuff around this place. Bearing in mind we are in the country. The family, Buccini, have been part of the Bathurst 6 Hour and production car racing for a long time, and actually had 3 girls in their BMW last year at the 6 Hour and won their class. And they were the first all-female combo to win a class in an endurance race in Bathurst history, which was a pretty cool stat. And Paul's been looking to tick this race off the sort of racing career bucket list for a long time, so put this deal together with Method Motorsport in the 25 car. The sister cars still got Anthony Levitt behind the wheel. Car on 24 and third in the GT4 class.
Big orange Kubota to pull that car out of that. That is the biggest Kubota tractor I have ever seen.
It's a deep
Oh,
sand
we've
tractor.
got bigger ones than that, John. You
Yeah, I know,
see
but
the one
as a
got down at the chase.
As a Kubota, all the Kubotas that we used to encounter in the UK when I worked for local governments about 1 million years ago, they were all the tiny little ones that you could use in public parks and run them on the footpaths. I have never seen anything with the Kubota brand on that big. That's impressive. That's a deep sand trap, though. Did its job there, in fairness. And now the planning begins. The guys will already be on the way to the back of the truck to start pulling out some right front suspension parts.
The George Thorogood Hurts So Good playing in the background was kind of timely, wasn't it, for that team? That's eerily appropriate.
Was that playing in the garage, or did
That was in the garage.
That
was in the garage.
Dave on audio is not that cruel.
That's a very macabre sense of humour from Method Motorsport, isn't it?
Yeah, Dave from audio is not that cruel. We got the flatbeds, they're all back coming on the grass on the driver's right-hand side. We're under red flag for the first time in this 2025 Meguiar's Bathurst 12 Hours. Good news is driver out of car. Not a big mistake, Garth, but small mistakes have big repercussions.
Yeah, well, we often say at Bathurst that you only have to make the smallest mistakes and you pay a big price, and that's an example of that. I mean, it would have been no more than half a car width out of the groove when dropped down into the grade at Reed Park, and then that just escalates it. Contact with the outside wall, and if you're going to have a shunt at Reed Park at north of 200 k an hour, that's about as good as you can do and get away with minimal damage. So, as we said, the Method Motorsport team will go to work and try and get that car back. It'll be a real challenge to get it back for practice 6, hopefully back for qualifying this afternoon, so they can make sure the car's okay ahead of 12 hours tomorrow.
I've got to say, Krell, see, the clock still runs in this session. We have not stopped the clock, so we're down to some 22 minutes. I think that's a very good point that you make there, though, Garth, that is about the best result that you can get out of that. And it might not all quite polish out, but the wheels, if the wheels are, I think, get the wheels pointing back in the right direction at least, Creelty, they might get that car back out later on.
Just on another note, Garth, thinking about these teams that are having a bit of a swing with setup and looking to get their cars in the window that everybody talks about, from a driving point of view, so you get out of pit lane, you turn the car into Griffin's Bend, you get up to the cutting, maybe across the top of the mountain, is it instantly, oh yeah, this is better? Or is it more of a, oh yeah, we can still go further?
It's, you have a pretty good understanding, probably not on the out lap, but certainly on the first push lap. So once, obviously now I've been sitting under red flag for 5 or 7 minutes, so the tyres cooled down, everything's cooled down, so you need to build the temperature back up again. And then on the first push lap, you get a pretty good indicator, pretty much straight away from turn 1, depending on what you're working on. So if you're working on slow speed turn, then yes, you'll get an indication straight away at turn 1. You'll get that same indication at the cutting up at turn 4. If you're working on high speed aero balance, then you've got a turn entry to turn 2 once you get to the tree and drop down into Reed Park and across McPhillamy. So it depends on what you're working on, but you can feel it pretty much straight away. And if you're having a really big swing, you really notice it.
Yeah.
If you're having more just subtle, just fine tuning, it's a bit harder, and a lot of the time it'll come back to the data. You go, yeah, I think it's doing this, and the engineers can go into the data and look at what they need to get from the car. But if you are having big swings now, you're in trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah. As we stand, 2:03.7 is the best time in this session, and that has gone the way of Audi. Ricardo Fella in the 183. That's the Jamek Racing Team MPC. Carl will run you down the rest of the times in a moment. Opportunity with nobody going around to head to a slightly quieter pit lane, and Shay Adam.
Thanks to the guys and girls behind the scene for getting me back up and running too. Really appreciate that. It was actually Brock Feeney who set that fast lap time before the red flag came out in the 183 JMAC PEM. The Audi that's out and running, and for Brock, it's a different manufacturer this year. He was with the 3-pointed star last year, but now with the 4 rings, so sticking with German manufacturers and still trying to adjust to the car. He actually stopped, guys, on the way out of the pit lane just after the pit exit. Now, I wanted to know if that was an issue or if that was maybe waiting for a bit of clear space. He's just having a really quick debrief with Luke, the car chief engineer. So we'll let him finish giving the feedback. Do you mind if I interrupt really quick? Sorry to interrupt you guys. Brock, a new car for you this year. How is it to adapt to the Audi?
Yeah, it's been good fun. I'm sick of looking at the sectors across the top of the mountain in the last few years, and Audi's been topping it. So it's good to try it. It's super last minute here this weekend, so pumped to be with these guys. It's awesome. I've done a few laps now, so still trying to get a little bit comfortable, but I'm pretty happy with where we're at.
Yeah, a few laps. You haven't done many laps this weekend. What's it like when all of a sudden it's like, ooh, we're going...
Pretty crazy to think tomorrow we got 12 hours ahead of us, but look, I've done enough laps in a GT3 car around here. They're all somewhat similar, so once I get out and sort of just get comfortable, that's been the biggest thing for me. So yeah, no, feeling good, but tomorrow's a very, very long race, as we all know, so lots to plan ahead for.
What's it like when you've got possibly the strongest bronze in the class in your car?
Yeah, well, we do. I think you proved that yesterday. So, yeah, it's obviously very good. We've got a really solid team with Liam and Ricardo. So, for me, I'm the kid that's never drove an Audi before, so I'm trying to learn off these guys this weekend, and Seppi and the team. So, it's been good for me to be involved with those guys and, yeah, try and get me a little bit better for this weekend.
Why did you stop on the way out of the pits when you went out for your stint just then?
I was just looking down at my shoes, giving them a clean.
All right, good, because you scared me for a second. I want to make sure all was good with the Audi. Lost the first practice session. Do you feel like you guys are right back in it now?
Yeah, for sure. We had a bit of an issue in practice 1, which meant we weren't out for P2, but all good now. Car's feeling strong. As I said, though, you never know until tomorrow. So hopefully we can be in the mix today and then be up the front tomorrow.
Good luck today and tomorrow.
Cheers. Thank you.
Shay Adam talking to Brock Feeney, who jets off to New Zealand next weekend to race open wheelers in the New Zealand Grand Prix of all things.
Nice.
So sublime to the ridiculous. I'm just not quite sure which way it is. We're under red flag conditions here at the Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour in practice 5. The clock continues to tick down as we wait for the Method Motorsport McLaren to be recovered from McPhillamy Park. While we do that, let's give you a little bit of a look around this amazing part of the world and Bathurst town, as our friends Matt and Edwina explain.
I'm Matt Moran.
And I'm Edwina Bartholomew.
And we're going to show you Bathurst beyond the mountain.
From local beer
And bloody good.
to whiskey distilleries.
Yeah, nice and smooth. Amazing country pubs.
Like the one at Rockley, I hear it's pretty good.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
Matt, this pub, the O'Connell, has been here since 1865. I used to come here when I was at uni. And the quaint country towns we call home.
Fine dining in Bathurst.
Boutique shopping.
Clothes, coffee, flowers, what more do you want?
The best accommodation in town.
Or as far away as you want.
Every turn has a story in Bathurst.
So come take a drive with us.
It really is a sensational part of the world, and I know the three of us have enjoyed many of the local establishments over the last week. It's enjoying some food and drink and soaking in this incredible part of the world. The weather's been spectacular as well, and the forecast pretty good for today and tomorrow. Just on 22.5 degrees at the moment, top of 28 today with some patchy cloud, and much the same as tomorrow. 30 degrees in the forecast for the big race, but then it's Bathurst, and the weather could do anything at the drop of a hat as the Method Motorsport car, Paul Bacchini behind the wheel, gets recovered down past the chase and to pit lane, and this session won't be too far away from continuing.
Hear the engines rumbling back into life, so teams forecasting we're not too far away as that McLaren makes its way back to pit lane and the Method Motorsport crew can get to work, as you said, Rich. And there's actually the weather forecast for tomorrow, actually the actual temperature number is actually, there's a really critical number, and it's 31.4 degrees.
Yeah.
So if it is forecast today to be more than 31.4 degrees, I think it's at 6 o'clock tonight, then that triggers the air conditioning rule for these cars tomorrow. So that's just something that really doesn't matter today, and it really won't matter tomorrow, but the cars, there's a trigger point at a certain time of day with the forecast, and if it does go over a certain number for the temperature for the forecast, it means the cars, if it does, they have to run the air conditioning systems for the full 12 hours. So even tomorrow morning, when it might be 14 degrees and cold, they have to have the air cons on, and they'll be hating life because they're cold.
Yes.
And then tomorrow afternoon at 4 o'clock, when it is 31 degrees, they'll be loving life because they have the air cons on.
Well, the forecast right now, as we speak, 31.0.
There you go.
So
it's actually critical. They're actually critical number that the teams have been talking about this week.
So green flag out, 14.5 minutes remaining in practice 5. And just to walk you through the remainder of the day, so one more 1 hour practice session to come a little bit later on this morning, and that's actually quite important because that will decide the split of bottom and top 50% for qualifying. So we'll be looking at 11th and 12th position in practice 6. If you're 11th or better, you go into the fast group. If you're 12th or back, you're in the first part of qualifying. And with track evolution and the way the racetrack evolves over the day, that could be critical to getting yourself into qualifying 3, which is a 15-minute session later on this evening for the Alan Simonson Pole Award, the Pirelli Pole Battle. So that's how the rest of the day plays out. You're working your way through to try and get yourself into those final 10 cars that will decide the first 5 rows of the grid for the 5:45 a.m. race start tomorrow morning.
And the important thing to remember there is even if you are coming from the slower 50% group, if you do a Hollywood lap time, you can absolutely get yourself in the game. So the pressure, if you are in that slow group through whatever circumstance and you can go and dial a number, then it actually it puts the pressure back on the fast guys again. So just because we're going to have a top and bottom 50%, don't think that the first session's going to be a dull one.
No, not even slightly.
Valentino Rossi back behind the wheel of the number 46 WRT. Just a reminder, if you're joining us on this Super Saturday, possibly tuning in for the first time around the world, this is both of the WRT cars are 2024 cars. Well known to Vincent Voss and his Belgian-based team. Got the Evos. It's a quirk of when this race is that the balance of performance for 2025, all the tests that Stefan Mattel's organisation do haven't quite happened, and the numbers have not yet been crunched. So the new Evo, which has been out in other series, it won a couple of classes at Dubai. It won the race overall at Dubai, won the Prime class, and won in Abu Dhabi as well. Was out at IMSA at Daytona last weekend, but not yet eligible. It will be next year. Now, I spoke to Vincent Voss in Track to Town the other day. He's won this race before. He's not won it with the new manufacturer that he represents in the blue and white roundel of Munich and BMW. He wants this race. He wants this race again. It was
19. 18, 19. 18 it was.
Red flag at the end.
That's right.
Yes. And I don't want to say they got lucky because they were in the right place, but that was going to be a remarkable finish as the BMW duck and weave their way past a Porsche going up to Solomon Park. There were 4 Porsche 911 GT3Rs that were questioning were in the lead of the race, and would they run out of fuel or wouldn't they run out of fuel. It was all very dramatic at the end, and then about that point of the racetrack there was an enormous crash with about half an hour to go, and the race was red flagged and it did not resume. It's the first time it didn't go the full 12 hours in terms of time. The damage at the top was too significant, and the Audi found itself in the right place at the right time, and they got the victory and they earned it. They really tricked up on it that weekend. And then, of course, WRT shifted brand loyalties and moved across to BMW and returned in 2023 with a 2-car team where they were strong, struggled a little bit in the heat of the day over the race distance, came back last year, were really competitive, and were running 3rd with half an hour to go. So on the old Venn diagram of improvement over 2 years, it's been going upwards. I wonder what year 3 with this car and this team and these drivers can deliver us.
A lot of the chat in the paddock at the moment from the non-BMW teams is that the BMWs are strong. So a lot of the teams, the other manufacturers, are wary of what BMW have been up to over the previous years and how they've gone about their business in the lead up to this one. So remember, they were on pole last year with that lap from Sheldon van der Linde where he just rocked out, did one lap, put it back in the garage. Yes. Thank you very much.
Brother Kelvin behind the wheel of the 32 car at the moment, getting his first laps of the day. Shay.
I just want to put forward something to you gentlemen up in the booth. Keep an eye on the number 9. You always do, especially when there is a certain M. Campbell aboard it. And M. Campbell is climbing aboard the 911 Porsche from Absolute Racing. Sticker Pirelli's going on this car. Now, not all has been happy down in this Porsche camp. Last night, they did a gearbox change. They had an issue within that to resolve. But the car is still not towards the top of the charts. And Alessio Picariello jumped in to fill in for Matt Campbell. Matt took his helmet off briefly, debriefed with the team, and they said, put your helmet back on. You're going in for the end of this one, son. I think we're about to see what pace this 911 Porsche has.
That was all we could hear as it departed the pit box, Shay. Thank you, with Matt Campbell behind the wheel. So brand new, unroaded tyres going on the Absolute Racing Porsche 911. We talked earlier about the cars. We were looking to tick some boxes today from a performance point of view that really kept their powder dry yesterday. That was another one. They were 11th quickest on combined times after the 4 sessions yesterday with a 2:04.1, about 1.2 seconds off yesterday's quickest lap time. So I don't know if it's a full quali sim they're going for right now, but certainly new tyres and M. Campbell fired up. I'm not sure we'll see car 911 stuck down in 16th position at 1.5 seconds off the pace for too much longer.
Generally a balance check in this session on a new tyre. Driver will give you about 7 or 8 tenths, and it's a balance check ahead of qualifying.
Oh, there's some stuff going on at the top. Cam Waters has just displaced Lucas Auer, who had just displaced Ricardo Feller, and in all that was Fabian Schiller as well. So Waters with a 2:03.6 is 8/1000ths faster than Lucas Auer in the 77 car from Craft Bamboo Racing. Ricardo Feller 0.04 off the quickest time, and Schiller, who's finding some lap speed now in the Grove car at a 2:03.8, it's a 1/10 of a second off. So too the number 32 car, the BMW. That was still the time set by Augusto Farfus at the start of the session. Talking all weekend about times compressing. There's now 7 cars covered by 0.2 of a second.
Yeah.
That's really compressing.
Remember, practice 1, the top 10 was 1.4 seconds. Practice 5, the top 10, 0.4 of a second. And when we get to, well, the next session, practice 6, when we do split the field and the split is at the position 11 and 12, they'll be it'll be 2 tenths, 2 to 3 tenths.
And right now, 0.6 down to Valentino Rossi in 13th position, but that's without having seen a representative lap time from Alessio Rivera in the number 36 Pro-Am Ferrari, or M. Campbell.
Or Matt Campbell.
Yeah, or Lee Holdsworth in car 9, potentially.
Or even really the 46 car.
Yeah.
That'll go faster. So we said there's 15 cars trying to squeeze into 10 spots for the Pirelli pole shootout this afternoon. That's what's so cool about these sessions when we go qualifying later today.
I do love the build.
Yeah.
Just the continual escalation over the course of the weekend, and then that all sort of peaks and explodes this afternoon at about 4 o'clock. But then we go through the whole process again tomorrow, don't we, over the course of the race, where it builds and evolves over the course of the day until you get that day 5 test match result at about 5:45 p.m. tomorrow afternoon.
Anybody who doesn't like long distance racing, I mean, really, what's the point? It is just great because you never know when that pivotal moment is going to come. It could literally be turn 1, lap 1. It could literally be final corner, final lap.
And we've seen variations of those themes.
All of that. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I spoke to Mark Coffey, the team owner at Maranello Motorsport, earlier in the week, and he's ridden the full gamut of emotions in that, and they won the race twice, but one year were taken out. Turn 2, lap 1 of a 12-hour race. Day done, over. Highest of highs to lowest of lows. You're right, that's what this place can do. We're watching Ross Gunn behind the wheel of the number 27 Heart of Racing by SPS Mercedes AMG, and he's having a bit of a dip at the moment because he's just on his 3rd push lap now. So he did a 5.1, and that's since improved to a 4.8 last time by. And he's now within 1.1 of the outright pace, and this lap already looking even better for some more improvement. So perhaps factor this car into that qualifying mix we've been talking about. And Cam Waters, triple 2 car showing some real speed today. Fastest first sector of anybody. Personal best middle, and then pitted. It's the second time they've done that in this session.
Just a quick hello back to the UK for Simon Strang, who does and done for many years, does the PR for Aston Martin Racing tuned in.
He'd be a bit conflicted with this team being a Mercedes AMG squad, wouldn't you? When usually they're very much AMR.
Good race driver name, isn't Ross Gunn?
Yeah.
I think it's a good race car driver name.
Kind of feels impressive to live up to.
Yeah.
Well, you'd want to be a gun. Fortunately, he is.
Exactly so. Simon's still got the Aston in this race to cheer for. It's what, 10:30 in the evening. Hartner Racing and Aston Martin coming together, of course, for the awesome sounding Valkyrie, which is concluding its testing at the moment.
204.59 for Ross Gunn, so it's a very good lap within a second of Cam Waters, 203.6. So add them into the 1 second club that we're seeing in this practice 5 session, and the pro Ferraris on a decent lap as well. Personal best first sector for Daniel Serra in car 26. The pro car, by the way, with the green highlights, so all the way around the car and the mirrors, really like that, so differentiates it enough. That's a 203.8. First lap in the 3s for the Ferrari so far this weekend, and the Brazilian pops that car up in 5th place.
Top 6 covered by less than 0.2 of a second. So, we don't like talking about the balance of performance and BOP politics, but I just feel like the fact that we've got so many cars just locked into this sort of time position at the moment, there's a degree of just holding back right now. And they're all converging on pretty much the same lap time, so it sort of tells them we don't want to stand out from the crowd just yet.
No hero laps. No hero.
Stop that immediately.
Yes, exactly.
You can stop that right now.
Will Brown.
That genuinely happens on the radio. I've had that call. Hey, that's enough.
Will Brown watching on from pit lane, reigning Repco Supercars champion. And in that team, I love this driver lineup. So you've got the reigning GT champion, Chaz Mostert, who was also third in Supercars last year, and the reigning Supercars champ, who was second in GT last year. So from an all-round driving point of view, they have got it covered. And then you parachute in a gun like Daniel Serra just to do some hero stuff as well. Exactly, as if it wasn't strong enough. They are throwing everything at it to Rise Racing GT. Super impressive, huge amount of investment has gone into that program.
For the internationals, Quilson, what's the history behind Arise?
Well, Arise have come out of the West, Garth's home part of the world, and they've been running a race team over there based at Wanneroo Raceway. Cracking little racetrack just to the north of Perth, about 50 minutes up the freeway, and Garth's old stomping ground where you cut your teeth in Formula Ford racing back in the day. And they've been running programs there for a long time. They're based at the racetrack. They've got their own driveway onto the circuit, and they primarily run radical sports cars over there, but a whole range of different racing cars, and they've evolved out of that into a standalone operation. So this GT team based separately from their existing program, not far from Wanneroo, and they've established this to go into GT racing. So a lot of history, a lot of heritage, and they've gone and cherry-picked some really good people to help put this program together as well. So among them, Adam DeBore, who's Chaz's engineer, has called the engineering shots there for a while, and they've gone and grabbed Mark Goddard out of Asia. You and I raced with Mark in Formula 3 racing when you were a team owner. I was calling that racing, so he's vastly experienced in the long distance side of the sport. So they put all this really good group of people together and built a really strong program.
I saw Eric Pender in there.
EP's
in there this weekend, so long time Melbourne Performance Centre Audi engineered pretty much all my Audi stuff for years. So they've, like when you say they're cherry picking some good names, they've really got some, and people with lots of Bathurst experience as well.
Last minute of the session, slightly delayed or slightly truncated in terms of the amount of laps because of that red flag. Adam, down in the lane.
Well, with 1 minute to go and no purple sector times, I feel confident in saying that the STM 222 Mercedes will finish top of the charts for this session. And in doing so, I'd like to have a quick chat with Thomas Randall to begin things off, because Thomas, hello. Yesterday, you were not the happiest bunny in the world. You were feeling like the car maybe wasn't a winner. Now today, things feeling a little bit different?
Look, firstly, I'm always happy when I get to drive a GT3 car, especially around Bathurst. So we're very privileged, we're very privileged to be driving race cars. But yeah, you're right. We weren't too overly happy with how we finished up things yesterday, and with the two 40-minute sessions, a lot of more things we wanted to try. But yeah, we found a few things overnight that I think explained what we were struggling with the car, and all it takes around here is just one thing that you're struggling with, and 23 corners, it all adds up. So, yeah, we seemed a lot happier there. I mean, look, we haven't thrown tyres at it. I don't think anyone has. So, I mean, it shows how durable the Pirellis are, which is good. But, yeah, still got a few more things we want to fix up for the next practice, but certainly in a more happier position.
Yeah, you guys were scrubbing a ton of Pirellis at the beginning of the session. Getting ready for the race, you do think that'll be a big advantage come tomorrow?
I think so. I mean, you know, when you go out on a fully slick green tyre, you have to get the wax off it, and I guess in the race you might not have that time if you're in a critical position or battling with someone, and it takes you a lap to get the wax off the tyre. It's critical time. So yeah, trying to just take a little bit off some of the sets, but I mean, there's probably going to be, let's say, 11 pit stops. So yeah, we couldn't exactly road 11 sets them, but yeah, seems like we're making good gains, and yeah, obviously we're having heaps of fun as well.
Good luck. Hope we're talking to you later on.
Thanks, G. Appreciate it.
Just a little thing about tyres. There are only 12 set of tyres.
Yeah. From the start of practice 1.
Correct.
Yeah. You get an extra set if you make the pole battle.
Yeah.
And
But then you have to give them back.
There was an extra set for the bronze section.
Yes.
But they don't form part of the race allocation. You have to give them back to it.
Correct. Absolutely right. Changes in their cruelty.
Sorry, we just followed Lucas Stoles to the line, and his first and second sectors were very good. Personal best gave away a bit at the end, so didn't improve ultimately, but did a 2:03.92 against the car's personal best lap of the session, which was a 2:03.91.
Set by Jules Gounon, so you would think those two are pretty close.
You would, wouldn't you? I wonder who's going to qualify this year.
Yeah, that
Luca
actually
got the job last year.
So
yeah, curious. I mean, oh no, we've got to pick between Jules Gounon and Lucas Stoles. What a hardship for us.
Literally an embarrassment of riches.
And the other one that we followed while we were hearing from young Thomas Randall was Matt Campbell, who's put the Porsche into the top 10 really for the first time this weekend with a 2:03.8. So that's a good lap from Matt, just 0.19 off the ultimate pace.
There are 4 cars on 2:03.8.
Yeah.
So you do a 2:03.81, you're 4th, which is the Grove Racing car. You do a 2:03.88, Matt Campbell, you're 7th.
Well, and to make the 10, which is a number we're going to be looking at increasingly today, so it's a 2:03.6 the pace. To get into the 10 there was a 2:04.1, and that's probably only going to get closer as the day goes on.
Well, top 9's 3/10, top 10's 4/10, so it's going to be 3/10. We have to be within 3/10 of the fastest lap time in qualifying to be in the 10.
And Ross Gunn in 16th position did a 4.5, so 0.9 off the quickest lap. So that is as spicy as this field is this year. Very, very competitive.
Just a couple of cars coming round to complete their final laps. Actually, probably diving into the pit lane here. I've seen the checkered flags.
In a hurry to get back to the pit lane. I wouldn't mind betting they're doing a hot pit stop here. So they want, actually, if they're doing brakes, you want the brakes to be representative of what they were in the race. So you've got to attack the braking zone into the chase. You've got to attack the pit entry. So the mechanics and engineers know how hot it is. We heard Shay talking before, like one of the teams didn't have gloves that were good enough to actually pick the pads up. So you need to find that stuff out now. You can't find that stuff out in the race.
By the way, coming back into that pit lane, for the very first time since I first came here in 2013, I came through the pit lane entry the other day in the little GT 500 Cortina, which was the overall winner here.
You had a very good Thursday.
I had a very good Thursday. And as we came in, and that's a small car, much smaller car than these, and I went, heavens, I said, this is much tighter than I thought. It might not have been those words, but it conveyed that emotion.
Races have been won and lost on that pit entry.
I've skated through that gravel track. So I've attacked the pit entry so hard that I didn't make the chicane and had to go through the gravel trap. Luckily, there was enough fuel in the car to go around again. So that's how important it is, getting it right, getting into the pit lane.
So the final word from the pit lane. Shea Adam has been our eyes and ears down there this morning. Oh. No? My apologies. Thought I heard Shea standing next to a rattle gun there. Right, thoughts, gentlemen, before we wrap up our coverage of FP5. Garth, you first.
Lots of cars put brand new tyre on after that red flag, and we're starting to see some representative lap times from them as the field compresses and the intensity raised through that session as we thought it may, and it will continue to do that going into practice 6. Still feel like we haven't seen anything like the Ferrari pace or the Porsche pace. and I still feel like there's a few cars. I think the 77 car actually looks really strong in P2. Jaden Ojeda was on a lap on the red flag that would have been probably a lot quicker than the P1 time that we saw in that section.
And given he was only 0.0080 away from the 222 Mercedes. As a 2 Mercedes, an Audi, a Mercedes in 4th, then the Ferrari, BMW, Porsche, and the top 10, 2 more Mercedes, and the number 44, the Valmont Racing, Tigani Motorsport, Audi in the top 10. Krilsey, what's the headline for FP5 when you write the release?
The question mark I'm having is how many laps has Chaz Mostert done so far this weekend? I think it's about 5. So there were some timing issues in practice 1, and it only shows Daniel Serra driving that car, but Chaz was the first out in that car on Friday. He has not driven that car since. And it was just pointed out to me that they're very much keeping the powder dry there in that one. And
that's how I wonder saving their BOP is not letting the driver drive it.
Well, I think that might actually be it, because if anyone's going to go out and do a 1.5, it'll be Chazzy. So, yeah, that for me is a very interesting one. But I'm loving how this is ratcheting up and the pressure starts to build and the depth of competition in this race. As we've been saying all the way in the lead up to this, the depth of competition in this year's field is as good as it has ever been at Mount Panorama. So I can't wait for practice 6. We work out who makes the top 10 for the top half of qualifying, and then we build up towards the Pirelli pole battle this afternoon and the Alan Simonson Polar Wall, which is such an iconic part of this event now. It's been going on for more than a decade, will be awarded this afternoon. So that's practice 5. We're going to take a break. More support racing to come. Ferrari Challenge Australasia still to come your way. More combined sedans and more Bathurst 12-hour practice live from Mount Panorama.
And hello again from our global broadcast centre, just a little bit further down the front straight from the start-finish line. It's Richard Craill, Garth Tander, and me, John Hindhaugh, as we are ramping it up, as Richard rightly said in the earlier session. Free practice 6, another 60 minutes on the clock as the teams are honing, fine-tuning, sharpening the razor blades of man and machine to get ready for qualifying. Wherever you are in the world, it's a big warm welcome to the 2025 Meguiar's Bathurst 12 Hours. Garth Tander, it's now or not now, now or never. Are you going to get the balance of the car? Are you actually trying a quali session here?
Well,
in terms of the setup?
Well, this is the session, John, where we split the field for qualifying, the top and bottom 50%. So realistically, you want to be in the top 50% because there's less chance of traffic pollution in qualifying. You're running with cars more at your same speed, so less likely to get held up on push laps. So ideally, you want to be in that top 50%. So we will see, I feel like, some quali sims in the back half of this session.
Richard Craill is a man who's been here many times, as is Garth, and it's a lovely trip up from the CBD of Sydney up through the Blue Mountains.
Did you come up Bell's Line of Road or the Great Western Highway?
I came up the Great Western Highway for a change. I'm normally the Bell's Line of Roadway, but I decided this time just to see what the new roadway was look like. There's been a lot of improvements there.
Yeah, and they continue to make it easy to get up here as well, which is a good thing because it's a great place to come. 6.213 Ks, 183 metres elevation change from the lowest point, which is Murray's Corner, turn 23, to the highest point right at the top of McPhillamy Park with the best vantage point in Bathurst. Right there overlooking the great city behind it and the central west of New South Wales, which is a beautiful part of the world to come and visit and play car games. So practice number 6, we're going to look for 11 cars. The top 11 will make it through to the fast part of qualifying, and the bottom 11 cars will make it to the fast part of qualifying, but they're the slowest of the fast cars because that's how close this field was. 9/10 of a second, don't laugh, 9/10 of a second covering 16 cars in practice number 5 a little more than half an hour ago, and we only anticipate that will continue to build up. Just a little housekeeping, went down and visited Method Motorsport, had a chat to the guys and girls down there. In fact, I spoke to Paul Bacini's wife Claire, who was on broom duties, removing all of the McPhillamy Park gravel trap from the garage down there. And interestingly, there's almost no mark on the wrap of that car from where they made contact. So the wheel and the upright and that right front corner has taken the brunt of the impact. Structurally, it looks fine. They've got a little bit of work to do there, but remarkably, they said half the damage came from ending up parked in the gravel and the trouble through the gravel trap from the actual contact itself. So a lot of people throwing all hands at that car to get it ready to go. Chaz was the first man on the scene to Paul when he got back there, put his arm around and said, mate, it happens, don't worry about it. We're good to go, we'll get the car fixed and send it back out later on today. And there are the team. And young Marcus Flack, who's a Porsche Junior and racing in Carrera Cup, was on the tools there as well, helping them out. Shay Adam.
It's all hands on deck, Krillsy. As you said, this crew, not worried. They actually said to me, we kind of like rocks. That's why we brought so many back during that session. Having a bit of fun. Everybody's smiling. Everybody's got dustpans. We've got vacuums going, leaf blowers, trying to get every bit of dust out of this McLaren. But I just talked with the team and they said, we might be able to get it back out within the next half an hour. That's the aim. They want this car to get out on the track for a bit of a shakedown today, because the worst thing in the world for them would be finding out what the car is like at 5:45 tomorrow morning.
I did a weekend of radical racing at Donington Park a few years ago, and the deal was the guys from Radical provided me with a car, provided me with a set of pit crew. We went and did a test day, which was wet and cold and horrible, and nobody tells you how wet and cold
at Donington.
Horrible.
Shocking.
I know, shocking.
Amazing.
East Midlands Tourist Board representative there, Richard Craill. Nobody tells you how cold you get in an open-top racing car, and when it rains, how wet you get and your feet get cold. Anyway, the deal was you can go and do the weekend. You don't have to have a co-driver, so even in a long race, you do it yourself. But if you go off, you have to repay the pit crew in the same amount of weight of beer as the gravel that they took out of the car.
I reckon there's 10 slabs going to Method Motorsport tonight.
Yeah, that's probably a fair shout, I would have thought. And that's actually race team currency, John. That's how they operate. They don't operate in euros or US dollars or Australian dollars. It's just a slab.
I've even seen it on the marks on the garage floor that is, you know, if you're short, a slab of beer, spot on.
Yeah.
1 slab, 2 slabs, 3 slabs.
Hitting your marks on the
hit
stop.
The marks, yeah, absolutely.
Hey, just before we get stuck into this session, it takes an army to put on an event at Mount Panorama, and our volunteer officials are the heart and soul of motorsport all around the world, here in Australia as well, and there'll be more than 400 of them working on this event. This weekend, there are some of the great people on the exit of the chase, but had a little message. So a group of lads called the BCG. I asked what cricket ground it stood for. They said, no, it doesn't. It's just a group of mates who come here every year for this event. And one of their own is 2IC in pit lane for the event, actually. Liam Tame, and it's his 25th birthday today. So they wanted a little shout out. So the boys from the BCG say happy 25th to Liam Tame. So
birthday, Liam.
Yeah, thanks for...
Do we know what BCG stands for?
No, it's just what they call themselves. It's not an acronym.
Oh,
it's just what they call themselves.
And how about spending your 25th birthday volunteering to make sure that a great motor race goes on?
Do you think the 25th birthday party this evening might be all right, though? Even though there'll be a 5:45 start,
I think it might be held off. Might be held off till
tomorrow
night.
Maybe.
Yeah,
I don't know.
And remember, all of those volunteers giving us the greatest gift they can, so that we can go motor racing, and that gift is the gift of their time.
I feel like when you're 25, you could probably pull up for tomorrow morning.
Pull an all-nighter tonight.
At our age, probably not
turn
quite
a 12-hour
so
into a 24-hour race. Just the first 12 hours are a bit more lively.
We'll get Shane Chad to be looking down the lane tomorrow to see who's a little the worse for wear.
No, thank you to all our volunteers and Motorsport Australia. Do a super job with their volunteer program, so head to the MA website for that. Here comes the Porsche story here. There's not a lot of happiness down in the Absolute Racing camp at the moment with this car. They're a little bit confused, I think, about how the car's behaving, and a little bit of lack of consistency as the clutch is firmly dropped and it departs into the pathway of the Aston Martin.
Carving up the Aston Martin.
With a brand new gearbox in that car yesterday, of course, as reported by Sheard, I think FP4. That car coming over with Absolute as part of the Porsche Motorsport Asia Pacific commitment to this race. It's Chinese New Year at the moment, so best wishes to those of you who celebrate that, for whom it is a very big celebration in that area of the year. Probably cost us a couple of 3 cars, is what I was hearing from 1 or 2 connections down in the pit lane. It's a very big family time, and 1 or 2 might have been here and might have been able to put a car together, choosing to stay with their family. It is literally a movable feast, of course, Chinese New Year. So.
I'm a big fan of sport on New Year's Eve. There was an endurance race in my hometown on one New Year's Eve. It happened once. It was one of the coolest things that's ever happened, but yeah.
Do you call that?
No, God, I was still in high school.
Pre-rich.
That wouldn't have made a difference if you'd been asked, in fairness.
He called it at home.
Oh, no, absolutely, I was, definitely.
I couldn't
holding
get the
a hairbrush, calling the race.
I literally couldn't get the time off work to come down to that.
Olive Garden Raffinelli Judd remains one of the greatest sounding racing cars I've ever heard in my life.
B2K roller.
Lovely, incredible. And then the panels, which was just bonkers.
With the Roush engine. Big rumbler up front. They have the first hybrid as well, let's not forget, with Sparky. Panos, yeah.
Okay.
Took that car to Le Mans.
Shay.
You guys were talking about that Adelaide race. My dad did call it.
There you go.
Yeah.
Trumped by Adam again this weekend.
Well, I mean, that's just the form guide we've seen this weekend, isn't it, John? That we're getting gold from pit lane and not much from the guru commentator that has his own fan club. So I would certainly hope that he's peaking as we go into qualifying this afternoon for the race, because he's given us nothing. So
yeah, I spent a very happy...
My bottle of water back now, Craig.
We're about to be on camera guard, so we need to clean the setup a little bit up here in our commentary box.
I spent
this
a
is
very
the magic
happy
of television, ladies and gentlemen.
Is it?
Lifting the veil. We don't. Everyone probably thinks we're somewhat professional at home. We lift the veil and they'll find us out.
So 50 minutes pretty much on the nose to go. This is another hour session. This is the last of the track time sessions that are designated practice or free practice. After this, everything counts. And that means that the eyes on the stopwatches and the timing screens are going to be even a little more, well, a little more intense in this session. Pit stop at the very end of pit road for the 75 Express, Kenny and Paul's team.
Good on out, goal in to the 75 car. They've been workmanlike as always in their build-up to this race, and pretty solid practice early today. Car was quick. A little quick patrol of the lane up and down between the practice sessions, and everyone's staying mum at the moment as to who's actually going to be in the car for not just the qualifying part 1 and 2 coming soon, but also the Pirelli pole battle later on. And I suspect most of them know who it's going to be, but everyone keeping their cards close to their chest at the moment, Shay.
Well, one card that I expect to be played a little bit later on is none other than Scott Andrews. Scott, you've been racing a lot in the U.S. for the last decade. Welcome back to Australia. As an Aussie, racing at Mount Panorama, what does that feel like?
Yeah, it's a huge privilege to be here. Yeah, fortunate to be here with a great group of guys, not just my co-drivers, but the whole Tagani Motorsport squad. So, yeah, it's amazing to be back home. Like I said, just feel super privileged to be able to do this. I mean, this is a bucket list race, and you know, it's sort of like home race, but it's not really, because I haven't lived in Australia for 10 years, so. But yeah, no, it's like I said, I'm just really happy to be here, and you know, seeing familiar faces, and my dad's here, so that's awesome because I never really get to see him. So it's probably like the third race he's seen me do in like 10 years. So yeah, it's really cool.
You've won the Rolex, you've won the 6 Hours of the Glen, you've won Petit, you've won major races before in your career. What would it be like to add Bathurst to that list?
Yeah, well, I mean, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves here, but we've got a really fast car. The team's prepared a great car, and it's actually my first time in the Audi. First time I sat in it in FP1. So I hadn't even sat in one before. So it's definitely a lot different to the Merc, which is what I'm, you know, predominantly driving. So I'm very used to that. Engines in the back, Merc engines in the front. Yeah, very different driving style. This car's very twitchy, so across the top, especially down Skyline, it gets your attention. But yeah, it's a lot of fun to drive. Very dynamic car. So anyway, let's see. Like, I'd love to add, you know, a trophy from Bathurst to my collection. That'd be fantastic. Well, to be fair, I've got a couple in Formula Ford, but nothing in GT3. So yeah, yeah, co-drives are doing great. Sergio's really quick. Marcel's getting his confidence up, and you know, it's great to see, and he's doing really well. So I guess it leaves it up to me, right?
You can't miss the bright livery of the Audi across the top of the mountain. I've got you pegged on making the shootout. Do you think that you've got a chance at this Pirelli Pole Award?
Pole Award, I don't know. Just because I haven't, like I said, I haven't driven the car before, and then I haven't really done a proper like new tyre run. So this is going to be the first time I do a new tyre run, and I've got a lot to learning in a very short space of time. Anyway, yeah, I'd love to back myself for the 10, but there's really good drivers here who have done Bathurst a lot more than me, even though I'm Australian. So anyway, let's see what happens. Like I said, the car's fast. I'm feeling pretty comfortable, and yeah, just leave it out there and fingers crossed.
Good luck.
Thank you, Shay. Appreciate it. Thanks.
This is Lauren Heinrich. He's about to set a pretty good lap time, I would suggest, in the Ben Porsche. It's 2:03.08, second quickest lap time of the weekend. GT, he was on for a 2 there. Little final sector wasn't quite as special, perhaps, as it needed to be to do that, but that's a very fast lap time.
Yeah, that's the first real indicative lap time that we've seen today in reality. So, and the first real push lap we've seen from Porsche. So they've been keeping their powder dry, trying to stay away from the top of the timesheets, I think. So potentially now starting in this session to get an understanding of where the manufacturers are at, where the cars are at, and that'll continue over the next 45 minutes to play out going into qualifying.
Speaking to Yasser Shahin, who's one of the co-drivers in this car and helped put this program together, reigning LMGT3 champion at the 24 Hours of Le Mans, as we watched Dean Fiore across the top of the mountain in the Hallmark Audi. We've been measuring this all weekend, and this is about as close as we've got, I reckon. So the Audi...
The camber of that tyre was as close as we've seen, I think. I think Bodyworks was, we've had it a little bit closer, but the camber of that right rear tyre was pretty tight.
They run 3.5 degrees of camber on the rear of the Audi. If they were only 3.7, he would have hit the wall.
Yes,
I think for next year we need a little graphic to actually show us.
No, we've got the unit of measurement sorted already. We know that it's the width of Richard Crail's credit card. So we wouldn't have got Richard's credit card in that gap. No way.
No, because I wouldn't get it out anyway. Okay. So, noted. We can bring in...
Mate, Chad, the teams will have somewhat an old-style stopwatch that double-checks the electronic systems in case they fail, so they've got a backup, and teams have been caught out with that in the past. Chad, it feels like this session, more than any, we've had very disjointed as far as different strategies or the way they're using this session. We know this session will determine the top and bottom 50% in qualifying. Does it feel like that down in pit lane?
Yeah, well, even just watching Group M still working through big wholesale changes like brake rotor changes, you'd expect that to be happening in that last session, which was really about pit stop practice, and also putting a fresh set of Pirelli tyres in that car. I assumed that maybe Maro Wenger would be in there and about to do potentially qualifying simulation run, but they actually had Grenier still in that car getting some fresh tyre running as well. So we're not quite in that point where we're pushing for fast lap times just yet, but maybe some teams are. But like you mentioned, Garth, a lot of teams working up and down pit lane on very different things.
And the gaps here are much bigger than we've seen, Richard. We were closing them all up and got to within half a second pretty much of the top 10. Just underlining what Garth was saying, that people have got very different programs going here. There's big gaps between the top of the timing monitor.
Yeah, very early days though, and a lot of green on the timing screen, and you can see that on the totem left of screen. So green is a personal best sector, and there's an awful lot of personal best sectors being placed at the moment. Chad, while we've got you down there in the lane, just a conditions check, because it's not a warm day, 23 degrees ambient at the moment, but in the sun, it's got some bite to it, doesn't it?
Yeah, I've got the SPF 50 on, because certainly in the sunshine you're going to get burnt today, but a lot of heavy cloud cover as well, and it's the kind of cloud cover that's moving across the mountain pretty quick across the course of today. Garth and I were discussing on the way to the track this morning how it's got really hot each day at the end of the day, which is sort of bad news for qualifying, because getting heat out of this track at the end of the day could be quite difficult. 4 p.m. local time when we start going into that Pirelli pit battle, Pirelli pole battle, that's going to catch me out a few times this week, is going to be a little bit difficult. But I'm just wondering as well how much that cloud cover will play a part. If you can just nail a little piece of the racetrack under some shade, it might actually bring some lap speed down this week.
The infamous Bathurst qualifying cloud.
Yes.
It played a role in a shootout here, circa 2018, I think, when Chaz Mostert got pole in the BMW, an A turbo car, so that helped. But B, there was a cloud that popped over for the last 3 cars, and the truck went 0.8 of a second lap quicker, straight away. It was unbelievable, and contributed to Chaz getting pole that year.
People laugh when we talk about that, but particularly darkish coloured racetracks, if they've got direct sunlight on them or indirect sunlight on them, the track temperature can absolutely spike or plummet. We had 10 minutes of sunshine at Daytona last weekend, and the track temperature went up from 14 Celsius to 28 Celsius. Literally in 10 minutes. And you feel that as a driver, don't you?
Absolutely. you know when you leave pit lane and you sort of flick your visor down and you're driving into the sun, the intensity of the sunlight sort of gives you an indication of what the grip level is going to be, because you understand how bright and how intense that UV is and what the track temperature will be. So that's something that you need to manage through the course of like tomorrow's race, particularly in the first 4 hours. Getting the tyre pressures right for 5:45 in the morning, wildly different than 2:30 in the afternoon.
And the poor guys who've got to do that calculation on tyre pressures, they're always working one pit stop behind, because you can't change them on the fly. You can only do it at the next stop. So it takes a bit of doing.
And they're always the ones that cop the grief, don't they? Oh, no, our tyre pressures were out. It was no good. It was no good.
Oh, but it is a thing. I remember one of the years I started the race, like the tyre pressure, I had the alarm on the dash, the low pressure tyre alarm on the dash, the entire stint. And it didn't matter how hard I worked the tyre, I couldn't get the tyre up.
Do you remember
and the car was horrible. And then we overcorrected in the next stop. And then it took us till the third stint to actually normalise the tyre.
Do you remember the start of the 2022 race, which was in May, and it was freezing cold and foggy and not wet but cool, and we had in-cars with Van der Linde and Mostert both in Audis, and the dashboard was lit up like a Christmas tree with those tyre pressure warnings that entire first stint because it was so cold. And it will be cool. The overnight temperatures here have been reasonably cool for the last couple of days as we have a look at Sheldon Van der Linde turning in the Team WRT BMW M4 GT3 across the top of Rock Skyline, down through the Coates S's towards the Tour de Gazoo Racing Dipper.
We keep saying this for those people joining us all the time on this Super Saturday. This is the 2024 car. So if we had them side by side, you could probably, if you were a bit of a Munich Meister, spot the difference. Slightly different headlights and slightly different wing. Dormer is actually is the external changes from the 24 to the 25 car, what's now called the Evo car. All the big changes are actually underneath.
I think there's an element of comfort though in WRT land that they've been here with that identical car year on year. There hasn't been a change of specification. It's the same tyre. That they can just basically roll on from where they were 12 months ago and just adapt to the conditions. So I don't think it's a bad thing. And they upgrade GT3 cars with, they call them the Evo packs, and they change the cars. But ultimately, you can do that and you can make the car nicer and you can make it perform better in different areas. But ultimately, the whole idea of GT3 is that the balance of performance means it will do a similar lap time regardless. It might just do it easier or make it nicer. Shay?
Craig Lowndes is out of the Mercedes, done for the day. Craig, you've put in your hard work so far, but working with these young kids, that's not the bigger picture for this weekend. The Prostate Cancer Foundation of Australia, you guys are still raising money for that. $30,000 sold in virtual laps as of this morning.
Yeah, look, it's been quite amazing. It's something that it was the first initiative for us for this year, and it's great to have it as an event charity sponsor. So, you know, really for us, it's just great to be able to carry that logo again on the car for Scott Taylor Motorsport and the team. And of course, you know, it's close to our heart as well, and it touches so many people up and down pit lane, and it's just easy as a blood test. So, look, it's just still spreading the news and the awareness. And again, that virtual lap, it's just been something special for us. We didn't know how it was going to go, but it's been quite amazing.
You guys have done things in the past with them, but it's never been on this scale before, as you said, aligning with the race. What difference have you felt as far as coming into this week?
I think just more of the awareness. I think now that the message is getting there slowly, and I think it's just taken some time. The last 3 years, it's just only solely been on the car, but now to be in an event charity, it's been really special for us. And as I said, it's close to home. And I've got to say thank you for everyone that's actually done the virtual lap. Hopefully everyone gets on board because it does go to a great cause. As I said, there's been a lot of people up and down pit lane with very well-known names that have been touched by it. So it's, and as I said, this has sort of been a male-dominant sport, and we're very good at putting our head in the sand.
That's a very good point. Now, it's one thing to have the name on the car. It's another thing for the car to be competitive for the win, too. That's an extra element for this weekend. The last session, the car was P1. How good is the Mercedes?
Look, we've had some little issues, to be honest. I think that we came here with a much better car than we had last year, but I think we've also found some issues. We've rectified them now. So now it's onwards and upwards, and hopefully the car... I just did my lap, my cameo little laps. The car's really nice, especially across the top of the mountain. It's really confidence-inspiring. It's settled. It flows across the top. We're not fighting it or chasing it, so that's a really good thing. Good sign for us going into tomorrow, obviously being a long day tomorrow in the saddle.
Fingers crossed for you guys, and to everyone out there, get checked.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I highly endorse that. You go online and you can buy the virtual lap they're talking about. It's quite literally an exclusive. You can't get it anywhere else, and I'm sure you ever actually see it again. It's Craig on Mount Panorama in a Corvette Z06. So the current gen C8 Corvette Z06. So it was filmed and recorded at this event 12 months ago.
Yep.
And speak of personal experience, it was unbelievably good. And Lounsey was given a lap time benchmark that he wasn't allowed to go under, and he smoked it. So it's genuinely a massive exclusive. So Prostate Cancer Foundation of Australia, search for it. You can get it via the event website and the Scott Taylor Motorsport pages as well. You can buy your virtual lap, and that's an exclusive. You only get that.
Yeah.
That's not shared on the internet or anywhere like that, but it goes towards a great cause as well.
And Craig said something there that's really important. Us guys do stick our heads in the sand quite a lot for health. This is not an invasive examination anymore. It is part of a blood test. I've got my FIA C licence to renew when I get back home. I've asked them to add a PCS test onto my blood test at that, and that is as simple as that. So don't delay. Get it done. Get yourself checked.
On board with Brock Feeney, he goes P2, a 3.7, still just south of 7/10 behind the Porsche that set their time early, and the GMR team going through a pit stop procedure. So they've done their stop, and they're probably timing that 80-second transit time. So from when you turn the pit limiter on to when you turn the pit limiter off, it has to be 80 seconds. So the team's just checking all that procedurally. There goes the GMR car in the background.
So here's the thing then, Garth. In the race, if you do not put in the fuel probe, you can do a pit stop as quick as possible.
Tyre change only.
So you can't change drivers?
No, I don't believe you can change drivers.
Okay,
So
that was going to be my question.
You can do the rapid tyre change. So I think that stop is likely to happen in the last phase of the race.
Agreed. Yeah.
When someone feels like if there's a late race safety car or a late race full course yellow, they feel like if we can dive into pit lane, grab a set of tyres, not lose too much track position, and then finish the race strong and maybe get a strategic advantage over some of the others, that's where that stop will come into. I don't really feel like in the first 10 hours at least that there's any real benefit in that. In saying that, something will happen tomorrow and it'll work for someone, and away you go.
And does that mean that the driver changes then are going to be slightly less hectic?
Yeah, under less pressure, absolutely. So the standstill time, when you take into consideration the time it takes from when you turn the pit limiter on to when you pull up in your box, and when you leave your box and you turn the pit limiter off, the standstill time, when you take the transit out of it, is around 45 seconds. So the fill time for most cars is 38 to 40 seconds to fill the tank. And the idea behind this is it covers the fuel, and you don't have to do those really rapid driver changes that puts the driver under pressure. And it's particularly the bronze drivers under pressure in the driver changes.
I think even I could get out of a car in 45 seconds.
Oh, there's a story.
Took a bit longer than
there's
that.
There's a story.
And we have proof.
And it'll be in the film. So you went to the National Motor Racing Museum, sat in one of the most iconic cars ever made in this part of the world. Took longer than 45 seconds. Incidentally, it's 5 seconds shorter than last year. It was an 85-second mandatory pit stop time last year.
I'm just making a list for stories for next year's event, and we're going to do driver change feature with Richard Craill and John Hyndorf. They're going to do the driver change, and they have to do it in 45 seconds.
We can do that.
Actually, it's not 45 seconds, just me getting out, is it? Somebody else is going to get in at the same time. I've just realised that. I'm thinking, hell, I've got to do that in 20 seconds.
I'm kidding.
I probably wouldn't be as elegant, trying to be as elegant getting out. It's just dive out the door when you're coming out, isn't it?
Happy that we have on tape that R. Craill has said, I'm happy with that, I can get that.
Yeah, no, I'm more flexible.
Okay, that's good.
Chaz Mostert is in car 26 just quickly. We just saw him. He's on an outlap and just started his first push lap. And it's his first lap in the car since 8:40 a.m. yesterday morning. So they've kept Chaz locked away. He's been down at Method Motorsport, the McLaren team, to work on their program. And now he's getting some laps. And I'd suggest that will be part of them building up towards qualifying. He's the most likely to start that car. We can go back down to Chad Nalon in the lane, and for the first time in the weekend, in our Pirelli pit bunker, which Chad is going to form a big part of how this race plays out tomorrow.
That's right, Rich. We can delve into a lot of data in this thing and pull apart different parts of the race as well. And it's actually been something that a lot of the European viewers and international viewers around the world have really appreciated having in the coverage, because it's such a good way to explain some different stuff. So the race facts, we're going to get to that nice and early tomorrow morning, about 5:40 a.m. But since you guys were talking about pit stops, we've seen plenty of pit stop practice during this session. Let's just quickly go over what the rules are this week. And there's a few things, particularly for our Australian audiences, that are very different to what you'd see here at Bathurst. And that biggest one at the top is there's two kinds of pit stops like you guys were talking about. If you include the refueling, that's when you can do a driver change. You have to spend 80 seconds in pit lane, and that's from the moment you drive into the lane and the moment you exit it. So we could see at times teams sitting in pit lane without anyone touching the car. It'll look weird. They're trying to just get to that 80-second point. The other big thing is refueling and servicing must be done at separate parts in the pit stop. So very different to other forms of motor racing, say NASCAR or supercars here. You have to do them separately. And the other big thing is you've got to switch the car off and then obviously hope it comes back on again. And for Australian rules, this is pretty much every track in the country. Our speed limit is what we call school zone speeds here in Australia. So 40 kilometres up and down the lane, which is 25 mile per hour. That is considerably slower to other pit lanes around the world as well. So a little refresher on the rules for this week.
Fine work by you, Chad. Thank you. We've got a lot of stuff plotted for the Pirelli pit bunker tomorrow. Race strategy will be plotted out there as well. We've got some cool interactive graphics with that, but the 5 members of our on-air team as well are going to spend parts of the race tomorrow arguing our own causes for the Bathurst 12-hour GOAT, the greatest of all time in the GT3 era.
Yeah, that's sort of good.
So we've all got a nomination in there, and it'll be up to us to argue the relative pros and cons. And by the end of the race tomorrow, we get into that final 90 minutes. The start of that, we are going to have in order 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 greatest GT3 drivers in the history of this race, in the GT3 era, 2011 onwards.
Just picking up on what Chad was saying there. International audience, think about Le Mans rules for pit stops.
Yep.
So you can fuel it or you can tyre it. You can't fuel and tyre it, and the engine has to be off as well. It's the old school Le Mans rule, and I actually like that. I think there's a good safety aspect to it, and also it means that if your guys are really crash hot doing the tyres, particularly if you're not fueling, there is a time benefit. Indeed, if you're not changing your tyres, very, very good indeed. Keep an eye on that 80-second pit stop.
Sorry, John, the other thing, Garth, I'm looking forward to finding out, both in this session and in Q1 and Q2, so bottom 50% in top, is where these cars are producing their peak speed in terms of how long into a run. So is it going to be a day where you do an outlap and you go bang and then you're done? Or will it be one of those days where we see a little bit more of a run in terms of the session and you build up to that lap time, or maybe you do a lap, you do 1 or 2 slow laps and then you go again, which we've seen at this place before.
Yeah, and I think that's manufacturer specific. Yeah. I think the turbo cars are more likely to do their time pretty much straight away because they suffer from heat soak, and once the engine gets overhot, it loses its peak performance. So we saw that last year from Sheldon van der Linde in the BMW. They just went out, one prep, we didn't even do a prep lap, out lap, push lap, park it, and that was their game. Whereas I think the normally aspirated cars, the front engine normally aspirated cars like the Mercedes on screen, will take a little bit to get the front tyre in. So it's just more about manufacturer and how they go about it. I mean, you spoke about it in the previous session, Mauro Engel's pole lap from a couple of years ago. It was the 6th push lap, and 4 of those laps were pole laps, and then he did another one on the 6th lap, and he did no cooling laps at whatsoever. So it depends on your tyre preparation. It depends on what tyre pressure you run. Also depends on what sort of car you're driving.
Lamborghini Huracan GT3 in full current Evo spec, run by Wall Racing Adrian Dietz's car. Tony D'Alberto, who's been on the podium here in the 1000 for Dick Johnson Racing with a 204.5 last time around. It's interesting, a lot of drivers up and down the paddock, I've set the best ever lap I've done in any given car at this place, and Tony's found time in the Lamborghini relative to the last couple of years. Grant Gagnon was saying the same thing yesterday. He was saying he's gone 1.5 seconds quicker, I think, than he's ever been in that car. A lot of that will be having Brendan Leach on board that program this year, and we're looking forward to seeing them have a go. But D'Alberto's just put that car into the top 10. remember, we're looking to take 11 out of this. The quickest 11 will go into qualifying 2. The bottom 11 will go into qualifying 1. Out of that, the combined 10 quickest cars, irrespective of Q1 or Q2, go through to the Pirelli pole battle this afternoon. 15 minutes, flat out, send it as hard as you can and see how it all plays out. As Chaz Mostert goes third at a 2:04.0, by the way, in the Ferrari.
Board here with Brenton Grove, Grove Racing AMG Mercedes. So that's one car that was very fast in practice 5 and currently in 15th. Making his way up Mountain Straight, and I was in the garage for this team just between sessions and just listening to just like even shift points, how they're working. Teams are working on different shift points going up the mountain versus coming down the mountain. So up Mountain Straight, you shift on a different shift light to the shift light you use coming down Conrod Straight.
Wow.
That's how fine they're now starting to go to be looking for lap time and extracting maximum performance from the cars.
Took a little time for Fabian Schiller to get up to speed. Been here before in a GT4 car once, but built up into it yesterday, but it was practice 5 this morning where he showed what he was capable of from a lap time performance.
And when I was talking to Fabi and the team at Track to Town, gave us an exclusive. He's going to start. He is going to start the race. And he went, really? He literally had not been told while I had the microphone. So you know, you're the new boy to the team, so do you get the early start while everybody else is having a cup of coffee? And the rest of the team, yeah, that's exactly what's happening.
Well, I know for sure that Stephen Grove won't start, because when we went over to Portugal, the 24-hour race, he was negotiating to not drive at night time at all. He was going to leave the precinct, leave the racetrack, leave the town. So it was
he was going to end up in Spain for a couple of hours rather than the Algarve. I feel like if you're paying the bills, you've got every right to do that.
Yeah.
This is the captain in the back of the Lambo.
Yeah, they light up.
Yeah,
absolutely light up.
It's always a highlight of that early segment of the race. You get the brake discs, the headlights, but you get the exhausts all lit up and glowing. It's very cool. Watching Maxime Martin complete that lap in the 888 car, which is Team GMR, Group of M Racing. It was a 2:04.7. The car looked really stiffly sprung coming out of these cars. They do run the Mercedes AMG's car. You were saying yesterday, they run them very low to the ground from a ride height point of view within the BOP allowance that they've got. Ride height is one of the varying factors in BOP to set the performances of the cars. But even compared to the 75, that car looked quite stiff coming out of the elbow on that run down Conrod Straight.
Yeah, well, the stiffer the spring rate you run, the lower you run the car. So, you know, there's a range of spring rates that each manufacturer is able to work with. So then you've got to match your spring rate with your ride height. So just because they're both AMG Mercedes doesn't mean that they're going to run the same setup theory. And each of the teams have their own concept of how they go about making these cars go fast. And one setup might go really fast for qualifying, the other might be really good over the length of a stint. Shay.
Anshan Guven has jumped out of the 911 Porsche from Absolute Racing. They've put in Matt Campbell. They've put on stickers, and he is on his first flying lap. So let's keep a close eye on the yellow and black Porsche, number 911, because this is going to be what kind of pace this car has.
Good shout, Shay, and they've been struggling with this car a little bit. Showed the first real signs of raw speed in practice 5 earlier this morning. They've ended up in the top 8 with Matt Campbell doing the lap time.
Rolled out of this one.
10th. And remember, we're looking for 11 cars, the fastest 11 in this to get themselves through to qualifying number 2. Maxime Martin's just gone to 6th in that GMR car.
Matty getting on Lucas Howe's Christmas card list there as Lucas was coming through in the AMG, the number 77 car in 9th position.
Knowing the global world of GT racing and how often these guys race each other, he'll come off and on that Christmas card list 5 or 6 times a year.
It is only the beginning of February. That'll change many times.
Yeah, but
between now and
racing
December
drivers,
25.
GT, you racing drivers have the most extraordinary memories for being wronged, don't you?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Got memory like an elephant.
When it comes to that.
Absolutely, never forget. Never forget. So, but if you hold on to every one of them, you've got no friends. So at some point you get old enough, John, as a racing car driver, you go, you know what, it's not worth the energy to hold on to this stuff anymore.
Until you're back out on track and one of the miscreants
you remember we were talking yesterday about race car drivers, how they have a switch and you flick it on and off when you pull your helmet on. That's part of flicking the switch on when you become a race car driver.
You reload that that matrix of people who have wronged you in the past, and if they're out there, you'll remember it straight away.
Tell you what, Lee Holdsworth, 2:03.68 in the Hallmark car. That's a very good lap. Former Bathurst 1000 winner, vastly experienced guy in the supercar world, and he and Dean Fiore and Mark Sini, their 7th edition, racing together in this race. And another good lap too. Jamie Day goes 4th in the Aston Martin, 2:03.7. Spoke to Chris Papadopoulos, who's part of the ownership group down there at Volante Rosso, and said, no, Jamie will qualify the car. So he will do the job for the Golf liveried Aston. So that's a very good performance. Silver class leader, Chad, so far this weekend as well.
Yeah, speaking of silver class, the Lamborghini that's out on track. It's the sole Lambo here this week, and it's got Tony D'Alberto at the wheel, and they just threw some fresh Pirellis at that car as well. And I thought that was an interesting move because they've got their gun driver sitting, not that Tony D'Alberto's not a gun driver as well, obviously, but they've got Brendan Leach sitting in his civvies in pit lane without the race suit on. So I quickly grabbed David Wall and to quiz him as to why they haven't got Leach in the car at the moment. And they say if Tony can put it into the top 11, great. But they're really focused on tomorrow. So qualifying to them is just something that they're looking to get through, and they're willing to maybe just work their way through it without having to try and set the world on fire with Leach in the car.
If only you could see our faces now from that chat.
I get what you've been sold, Chad. I really do. I don't buy it, but I get it because I think they're confident that Brendan Leach could be 21st in this session and still put the thing on pole position. No, I don't think there are any concerns there in raw lap time.
I don't think, well, given it's qualifying in a couple of hours' time, I don't think that memo is going to make its way to Brendan Leach.
No.
So I think it went straight to spam.
Tuned out of that part of the team meeting.
And he will not be in civvies.
He's in civvies. He is in civvies now, right now.
He won't be later.
Because when I came up to the comms box, I saw Brendan in civvies, and I was like, I wonder if he's just going to be one of those stealthy get changed late during the session moves. But they're doing what they said they were going to do and not focus on qualifying. But I think we've all got an asterisk next to the Lambo to make it into the Pirelli pole shuffle this afternoon.
The point that Rich made earlier on is you can come from either of those two sessions. Top 11, bottom 11, it doesn't matter. If you've got a top 10 time, you're in with a shout at the Alan Simonson Trophy.
Well, the only theory in Q1 and Q2 is they minimise traffic, so everyone gets a little bit more racetrack. But Q2, traditionally the better session because there's rubber going down the track. Evolution, in theory, should be better as the Valmont Racing Audi grabs a couple of wheels on the exit. That's young Scotty Andrews dropping a couple of wheels off on the outside. But yeah, we've seen cars progress from qualifying one straight into the Pirelli pole battle as well. So I've got no doubts they will be properly quick. Sheldon van der Linde went second for BMW with a 2:03.2, just a tenth off that time that we saw from Lauren Heinrich earlier in the session. Ricardo Feller jumped to third in that Audi, which has been traditionally in the top 3 or 4 over the course of these practice sessions, car 183. Rafa Marciello now behind the wheel of car 46 in the BMW. And these guys in pit lane again doing another driver change. This, by my count, is 4 for the session. So
these guys being the
Express
75, Sheldon van der Linde into the pits at the end of that last lap after he'd put it up to second. Raffaele Marciello has just put that car's best lap in. He was off at the mountain straight with a bit of room, a bit of play room ahead of him now. So keep an eye on his splits to see if he's still on it. No, he's dropped right off it, hasn't he?
Just keeping an eye on Matt Campbell, who's currently down in 10th, and Shay reported in that he was on a brand new set of tyres. We saw him roll out of the first push lap. He's done one push lap, which was good enough for a 2:04.2. He's now on a second push lap. Done a couple of personal best sectors in the Sector 1 and Sector 2, but they're not going to trouble the top of the timesheets, which is held by the team car. So I'm just curious what's going on with this All-Pro 911.
I had a chat to Matt Campbell yesterday as we were shooting some stories up in the Reckless Brewing Bar, which is a pretty handsome spot to sit and watch the world go by, including race cars as well. And they were certainly unhappy with how that car rolled out to begin the weekend on a Friday, and said they've still got a lot of work to do. And also just the difference between working with Absolute and working with the Manthey EMA team, which they won the race with last year. So for Matt, there was a little bit of work to do on a Friday, and you never really know with the way that BOP works if the teams are showing their full hand of cards yet, but I don't think they've been overly happy with the balance in that car, and particularly from Matt's point of view, he said it was feeling really skittish and just couldn't trust the rear end of that car. And just watching that another driver change practice down at car 75 that you guys mentioned, and apologies if you were talking about this earlier, but I reckon the reason why they're being so particular about that is if you think about the strategy that they're more than likely going to roll out, which will feature Kenny Habul doing just that one stint. From the moment Kenny drives that car, if I go back and look at their strategy from the last couple of years, it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 single stints before Jules did the double at the end. So that's 7 driver changes. Every single pit stop a driver change. So for that team, that's why they're, I believe, going so hard on the driver change practice.
That's a good point, Chad. Thank you. Kenny vows and declares he's doing a double.
Not a double, 2 stints.
He'll do 2 stints. Bronze driver can do a maximum of 120 minutes in any one go, which is a double. But yeah, could be in and out, but yeah, we'll see. The pace of the race tomorrow will dictate how they play that out. And to be fair, it's the same for the 183 Audi with Liam Talbot, the bronze driver, in that with Ricardo Feller and Brock Feeney. So the way the race situation will dictate where those drivers are utilised across the course of tomorrow.
That low rumble you can hear in the background is the Mercedes-AMG GT3. Gilles Gounon at the wheel, going up through Griffin's, talking us around it.
Yeah, so just exiting turn 2, now 3rd gear, grabbed 4th on the approach to the cutting. And when we took the onboard shot of Matty Campbell, he was having a big moment coming into the cutting here. So that reporting that they're feeling the rear of the car is skittish in the Porsche, we saw that as well. The Mercedes is just such a planted car. You don't actually feel like you're going fast. It's so forgiving, and all the feedback you get from a lot of the bronze and amateur drivers is that it just feels far more comfortable, less on edge, more confidence inspiring. So then when you plug a Gilles Gounon in or a Maro Engel, if they're full of confidence in this car, that's when you see really special things. And we have seen plenty of special laps from those 2 guys in these 2 cars here. This one at the moment doesn't really look like a massive push lap. The first sector's 9/10 away. So lots of, really, for this car and this team, there's been a lot of race operational stuff going on for the first 45 minutes of this session.
Timing straight now. Yeah, it's good, isn't it? Timing showing Lucas Stoles, but they've swapped so many times.
Yeah, it's hard to keep up.
To know. As the Method Motorsport McLaren pops over the Brock skyline.
The remaining Method Motorsport McLaren, if you weren't with us earlier on, the team car, well, he's having a bit of tyre wear coming down over skyline there, with the 2 inside Pirellis clawing the air for grip. The slightest brush on the wall at the top of the mountains put that car into the back of the garage. Right front being worked on. The team hard at work there.
Great shot that, isn't it? That slow-mo. So this is the exit of the tree before the drop down to Reed Park, and
hit the wall.
Just got the wall, the 26. There's Chaz. So having a crack is one C. Mostert, but don't want to do that too often in these cars, and slightly more fragile than the supercar that he's used to throwing across the top of the mountain. And he's straight back to the lane too, so more as a making sure everything's okay type of deal, I would imagine.
I'd like Shea or Chaz to have a look at the left front rim there and see if he's done any damage or if he's just white-walled it.
So that rim's now going to turn into a coffee table at some point.
296 wing mirror.
I wonder what it costs for a wing mirror for a 296 Ferrari.
Find out to the bottom of that. A few good lap times happening. Lee Holdsworth 3.6, as we talked about. Ross Gunn pipped him in the Heart of Racing 27 car, so 2:03.68 for Ross. That's a good lap. And Tony D'Alberto was listening to us talk and says, who needs Brendan Leach? Pumped out a 2:03.71 and put the Lambo well inside the top 10.
So the 26 is back in, and we're going to examine what that damage is on the left front corner of this car. I can see a little bit of damage on the splitter, but it looks like at the moment it's more scraping and less braking on the left-hand side of that car. Looking at the left rim around where the Pirelli is, it has taken a little bit of the wall with it. You can see it jammed in between the Pirelli signage and the edge of the rim, and a little bit on the left-hand side mirror as well. So right side, relatively good. Left side, okay. And no problem, they're just going to bolt a brand new set of Pirellis on it. So sticker tyres is the call of the order here. Only thing to fix this car up is a brand new set of tyres, apparently. Check out down the bottom here. I'll just see if I can show you guys where it is. Slight scrape down here in the bottom of the splitter on the end plate. A little bit on the mirror. And this is the wheel that just came off it. So you can see just around the edge of the rim, there's a little bit of that concrete wall and a little bit of the paint that's come off but they had a quick look underneath it, and structurally they're very happy with this car to go again.
Yeah, that's pretty light contact. So, and Chaz, with the amount of experience that he has, go, yeah, no, that's okay. We'll be able to press on. First thing he would have done is check if the steering was straight, and as soon as you start to feel that, so it's more of a glance than a hit.
Interestingly, though, that wasn't him running wide from the previous corner. That was him turning
opening the wheel. Opening the wheel. Yeah. So that was on an old set of tyres too. You can tell from the sidewall how shiny the Pirelli is, and then you get a bit of indication how good the tyre that comes off the car. See, when they're brand new, it's easy to see. So we actually saw a brand new tyre go on Chaz Mostert. So expect him to tighten the belts up and have a crack on this next lap.
I thought it was a bit optimistic that the 25 Method Motorsport McLaren was saying that they were going to make it back out within about 30 minutes of the session ending. We got 10 minutes to go on the clock, and this car is nowhere near getting back out on the racetrack, unfortunately. They still have a lot of work to do on the car, a lot of body work that needs to go back on. But before they can put any of the body work back on, after replenishing the fluids and whatnot in the back, they have to finish getting the gravel out. Now, when I first reported on this car at the beginning of the session, they were all avidly working with dustbins and vacuums and even leaf blowers to try and get every bit of rock out. You hear the air gun in the background. They're still trying to get the gravel out. So this McLaren brought back a lot of gravel. And guys, as you were saying earlier, with the beer and the amount of gravel you bring back, equivalent to how much beer you owe the team, it's going to be the size of a baby elephant by this point.
I'm surprised that we can run this session and there's still enough gravel in the gravel trap at McPhillamy. It's not all down in pit lanes. So.
Are they going to make a nice Zen garden out at the back and get that rakes out?
Yeah, the team will weigh that. They'll weigh that. That's currency.
Yeah, take the kids to the beach and 3 weeks later you're still finding sand in places. That's that.
That's what happens with race cars. Absolutely.
This is a good lap from Lucas Stoles in 75. So set the quickest first sector of the session so far. So purple, middle wasn't great. Ross Gunn's just gone 4th. He's the car just up the road. And Lucas Stoles' final sector is very good, and it's a 203.27. So less than a 10th away from the number 91 Porsche. That's top the session. So 8.5 minutes to go. We're looking for cars to make the top or bottom 50% of qualifying. Quali 1 or Quali 2. On the outside, looking in at the moment, Chaz Mostert, Cameron Waters, Chan Guven, Jaden Ojeda, Jackson Evans. Some fairly heavy hitters in the world of the Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour, all staring at the moment of a Quali 1 berth, trying to get into that top 50% quickest cars. And Thomas Randall watching on what Cam Waters can do in car 222, and he's just set the personal best lap for that car in the session, and now is only 0.6 of a second away from that quickest time, but set by the Porsche right in the opening salvo of this practice session.
Critically 11th for Waters, so there's no chance that order's going to stay the same for the remaining 7 minutes and 50 seconds, so they'll need a better lap than that. Scott Andrews is a nice lap, a 3.3, puts him inside the top 5, so he was quietly confident that he was going to be part of the pole shuffle. Wasn't confident he was going to be outright pole, but we are now starting to see, as we thought, in the end of this session, the wick starting to be turned up just a little.
As my old colleague in the States, Charles Dressing, motorsport historian extraordinaire, would say, they're starting to throw overhands. This, which I always thought was a lovely expression. It's basically getting serious now. People are trying to lean on the cars a little bit more. There'll not be much going on in terms of setup changes now, Garth. It will be making sure that the balance of the car is right, and making sure that you know how hard you can push, how early, and getting these lap times in there.
So on board here with Chaz Mostert in the first sector was 4 seconds away, so it's not the out lap, this is actually the first complete lap, and it's not a push lap at all. So this lap's not going to trouble the timers, but there's plenty of green sectors, so plenty of personal bests going on at the moment on these laps.
Cam Waters is very good first, decent middle sector of the lap, and word from the lane as well, they've put brand new sticker green tyres. Call them sticker tyres because they've literally still got the sticker on them on car 46 with Raffaele Marciello behind the wheel.
How about Jamie Dean?
Yeah.
First time here, Aston Martin Vantage driver in one of the silver class cars. 2:03.4 inside the 11.
So it's interesting watching Chaz going down Coronado there. So he's clearly weaving, so preparing the tyre. So he's done an out lap and a preparation lap, and that's going to be critical to keep an eye on how the teams and the different cars bring the tyre up to temperature and how they feel like they need to do that.
And you talked about the temperature there, and everybody understands the temperature, Garth, but temperature affects pressure as well, and pressure affects ride height.
Yes. So if it's a dark art, getting the tyre in the right operating window, because like you say, particularly with a GT car, the ride height's so critical. So you've got to get the pressure. If the tyre goes over pressure, it goes greasy. If it goes under pressure, you don't extract the maximum grip from the tyre. So you've got to get the pressure in the right window, therefore you get the ride height in the right window, and then as a driver, then you have to execute the lap.
Are you a weaver? Are you a braker?
Nah, brake.
Or are you just a lean on it?
Nah, it's brakes and lean. Weaving, really, you've got to be going so fast to get any sort of energy. So with this tyre, it seems like once you get the mould release off it, it switches on quite quickly. So then you've got to get core temperature into the tyre. So not just the surface of the tyre, and that's what weaving does. It gets the surface of the tyre hot, but it doesn't get the core or the construction of the tyre warm. Oh, Chaz, here we go.
He's on it. 50.6 to the first sector.
Talk about on it.
Oh.
Jamie Day.
2:02.99 for the Aston Martin. Goes quickest by 1/10 of a second. It might well be challenged by this lap from Chaz Mostert, though.
Chaz's first sector is nearly 3/10 away from the best first sector. So Chaz is awesome across the top of the mountain. There you go.
He's up at
Purple, 31-1. He's always been so good across the top of the mountain, has Chaz. Doesn't matter what car he drives. So now there's not much to do other than to brake late at the chase and brake late at the last corner and don't muck that one up. So
this will put the 26 car in the mix somewhere. David Russell goes 9th in the Superbarn car at a 3.4. So to make the top 50%, you need to do a 2:03.6, which is 0.6 of a second away from the quickest lap of the session. Cam Waters goes 11th. So he's just in the top 50%, but his old mate, an old rival, Chaz Mostert,
don't muck it up.
About to bounce him out of the top 50%.
Oh, last corner.
Just.
Last corner. Said there was nothing to do in those once you get onto corner other than brake late and don't muck up the last corner. He didn't. He braked nice and late at the chase. He mucked up the last corner, and you can see he's frustrated. So here, over the bumps into the last corner, and just a little bit too wide and too much ABS intervention, and the car runs on and couldn't make the apex how he wanted and couldn't get off the corner.
First to
Finger off his Christmas card list now, GT.
Back on and off again.
It's almost like I've done that before, John.
I can't imagine why. To the line for the Audi. Ricardo Fella. And he does not improve. How about that time for Jamie Deere? 2:02.994.
That's a very, very impressive lap time from a team and a car package that's been very, very impressive since they rolled that car out for practice one. Traffic here, 222. Cam Waters has just set a purple first sector, and he's been absolutely balked by Yasser Shahin across the top of the mountain and continues to be unable to find a way past with 2.5 minutes remaining.
A reaction down here at Scott Taylor Motorsport was one of utter frustration. Both Thomas Randall and Craig Lowndes couldn't believe what they were seeing. They were looking at the timing screen and seeing how good it was looking. And we take that wide shot at Skyline and we see traffic, and straight away they were just so frustrated. You can see it on the face of Thomas Randall.
So Waters has been on about 3 push laps, and this one is obviously going to be traffic polluted, so he needs to find another one. Still got the time to do it, but does he have the tie to... Hey, look who's just got purple in the first sector. Tony D'Alberto.
You beauty. 17th position at the moment. In 18th position, defending winner Anshan Guven in the number 911 Porsche. They're 18th at the moment.
And Guven's first sector's half a second slower than this car, Tony D'Alberto, just in the first sector.
On that basis, they don't get into the top 10 on that lap time, the Porsche. They're running out of time.
Lamborghini sounding brilliant down through the BMW Elbow. Nice clear run onto Conrad.
Decent middle sector for Tony as well. This could be a really impressive lap time for Wall Racing in the Lamborghini Huracan.
Well, look at the combined sectors. Tony's is a 22.0. Ricky Feller in P5 is a 22.1. So if Tony does a nice final sector, he'll put himself inside the top 5.
I think we might have predicted this, despite what they were trying to
Maybe
say.
with no disrespect to a great mate of mine, Tony D'Alberto, but maybe not with this pilot. But they're showing they've got a very good car.
So planted into the final corner.
P2.
P2
Wow,
by less than a half, well, under a half a second. And Grant Denny's delighted with what he's seeing out there on the circuit. That's a fan favourite car that is right there.
How's Adrian Dietz' poker face? Zero emotion. Grant Daniel loved it. Marciello has just gone 4th in the number 46 BMW. Remember, they had brand new tyres on that car, and he set a purple sector in the final part of the lap.
Exit, 30 seconds remaining.
James Taylor, race director, confirming just 30 seconds to go. Jaden O'Jade has been given the job in practice 6 for Craft Bamboo Racing and runs it very, very wide at McPhillamy Park. 203.5 for that car is 0.5 of the quickest time, 14th.
I think he might have just clipped the wall again with the bottom of the Pirelli tyre. Also, that car running so low that he was scraping bits off the curb. Meantime, BMW over the top.
Boys, every GT3 car here today covered by 7/10
I was just there.
Every GT3 car. People said this race wouldn't be competitive.
Checkered flag.
Waters goes to the top, 2.7. So we did wonder whether he had enough life left in the tyre, and there was. So I reckon there was a bit of anger in that lap too from Cam Waters. He would have been frustrated that they got held up on the previous lap.
The Heart of Racing bronze class car, Ross Gunn, 2:02.9 in second place. Jamie Day's pitted, so he will be no better than third for the number 14 Aston Martin from Volante Rossi Motorsport. But there's still headlines to be written here, Krelzy.
Cars on PB laps.
Yep.
Jaden Ojeda has got one more lap out of this. Fabian Schiller's got one more lap out of this. Guven goes 11th in the Porsche, so potentially scrapes into the top 50%. Just. And an identical lap time to Ricardo Feller, who's 10th. 203.3160. 203.3160 for the Porsche.
So we said at the start of the weekend, why are we going to 4 decimal points on the timing screen? We need to go to 5.
Yeah, who did it first? So can Schiller get this car into the top half of the field? This is a practice session, remember, folks. We haven't even got to qualifying yet. So 1:22.5, the cumulative lap time so far. Needs to do
missed it by a mile.
A 3.3, and it's not going to happen.
Overcommitted to the break into the final corner.
16th.
I don't think it was going to happen anyway.
He was fighting it through the chase as well, wasn't he?
What about Ojeda? Nope, 203.5.
I would have bet my house on Ojeda being inside the top 50% going into that one. So there's some cars that have to do some work in the bottom 50%. Mostert, Ojeda, Schiller, Evans, Holdsworth in the bottom 50% going into qualifying.
I'm not sure who to pick best on ground in that. I mean, yes, Cam did the lap time in the end in 222, but gee, Heart of Racing second. That's a very big effort, but it has to be Jamie Day in the Aston Martin, surely.
Well, you could make a point for any of the top 5 for play of the session. So Waters ended up on top, a 2.7 from Ross Gunn. That was a good job. Jamie Day, well, we thought he was a shiny bronze. He's a very shiny silver in third. Tony D'Alberto's done the fastest lap of his life out Mount Panorama, and the Porsche 91 set their time very early in the session, so potentially more performance from them.
But look at the guys outside the top 11. They'll be going first. And look at some of those teams as well. We've got one of the Arise cars in there, Craft Bamboo Racing down there as well. Now, does it help or hinder that they've got the 3 GT4 cars out there as well? Remember when they qualified? So you've only got 11 cars, but you've only got 8 GT3 cars.
But we did see, I mean, we saw with Cam Waters when he came up on one of the slower GT3 cars, how much it got in his way. So I think it's still advantageous to be in the top 50%, where it's all going to be all GT3 cars, but that will be something the bottom 50% will need to manage. Chad.
I've just come down to grab Tony D'Alberto. I'll get him in front of his super cool Lamborghini. Tony got out of the car and said, "Is that good?" Yeah, that was good. You've put it forth, man. That was an excellent lap. We've been quizzing the strategy down here at Wall Racing, whether it was going to be you or Brendan getting the job done. Was this an audition for you to maybe get out there in qualifying?
Not really. I said he can have it. No, it wasn't at all. Like, Brendan's been a great asset to the team all weekend, helping us tune the car up a little bit more. So everyone's feeling really comfortable. Everyone's sort of setting some PBs. So feeling good going to quali. I don't know if a few of those top guys were sort of foxing a little bit then, but you know, we've got a little bit more up our sleeve as well, so we'll see how we go in quali.
The team boss, David Wall, said, not too fussy about qualifying. It's really about race day. It's really about race day. If that's your race car, it's a quick race car.
Yeah, exactly. We have been working pretty hard on that, so it's all about tomorrow. You know, you can look like a hero today, and that'd be nice, but tomorrow we want to get some trophies.
No, that was a good lap. Well done.
Thank you, cheers.
Well, Cam, that's a couple of sessions that you guys have wound up P1 now. You got bothered by a little bit of traffic. How much more did that rile you up to be able to put in that fast lap?
Well, I was kind of up on all the laps, and then, yeah, the traffic was just getting in my way. So, yeah, the Porsche was real bad, but, yeah, lucky to kind of get a lap at the end. And, you know, it was probably the perfect conditions right at the end there. You know, the track was rubbing up the most and whatnot. So, yeah, the car's, it's really good. We're definitely pushing out there and getting the most out of it, which is cool.
Now, pole doesn't win you the race, but it does let everyone else know how fast your car is. How hard are you going to be pushing for that Pirelli pole award later?
Yeah, definitely. I'd love to start off pole around here. So I think, you know, the car's quick enough, and, you know, the team have done a really good job to get the balance a little bit nicer for us. And, you know, it's nice to start at the front, but it doesn't win the race, like you said. So, you know, we're focusing on Sunday as well.
Good luck later.
Thank you.
With the press release, though, and the Alan Simonson Trophy. I mean, there is something to go for here. That in all of motorsport, when people say pole position doesn't matter, I think that the drivers here know of the heritage, and they know why the Alan Simonson Pole Award and that big trophy is worth fighting for.
Correct, absolutely right. It's an important part of the weekend, a big part of Saturday, and yeah, the front page story heading into the race on Sunday. So Cam Waters ends practice on top. Quickest time of the weekend, 202.7000 for Scott Taylor Motorsport and Mercedes AMG. Ross Gunn, heart of racing, in second place. And one of the big stories of the weekend, the Aston Martin for Valente Rosso for Golf, on board that car for the first time this weekend, ends up third. Outrageously good practice session. That, can't wait to see what qualifying has to deliver a couple of hours' time.
Come on then, Garth, what are you going to have to do to get into the Pirelli shootout? A sub-3?
What do we see there? 2.7. I'm not sure. I think you will have to be very, very, very low threes to be inside the top 10. And just amazed at how over the weekend the field is condensed and condensed and condensed. And to Richard's point, at the end of that session, every GT3 car that was in that session was within 7/10 of a second. So that's how tight it is. And we've said all weekend there's 15 cars trying to squeeze into 10 spots. So can't wait for qualifying. And just on that, there's 22 cars in this race, and everyone says pole doesn't matter. There's only 21 of those cars will say pole doesn't matter. The car on pole will go, yeah, we're happy with that.
Absolutely. Yeah, very good. Well, the stall has been set out, Krilsey. And anybody who thinks it's not worth tuning in later on, quite simply, you are wrong.
Correct. We're about to have qualifying for Ferrari Challenge Australasia ahead of their second race of the weekend. Campgrounds are full, John. The Reckless Bar on top of the mountain full, and the mountain itself looking resplendent as we count down to qualifying. The Ferraris coming your way next here at Mount Panorama. It's the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 Hour.
It was a pleasure to see Ferrari Challenge debut at Mount Panorama yesterday with their new Australasia Series. First qualifying session met by the first race, and Antoine Gattani getting the job done in fine style, ticking off both those boxes in what was essentially not only his first Ferrari race, but really his first motor race as well. So what an amazing debut it was. We've got Renato Liberto and alongside him Tim Brook back in the commentary box for a big day. We did see a couple of cars find the wall in that very exciting opening race of the championship, so it'll be good to get to the bottom of what's making news in pit lane off the back of that in just a moment. But for our international viewers, I'm sure you'd love to get to know this venue a little bit better. It's Mount Panorama. It is the most famous circuit in Australia, and you'd have a pretty good argument in your hand to say it's one of the most famous in the world. It is just such a delight to be racing here, and very cool to see the Ferraris taking centre stage with this brand new 296 Challenge, 23 turn, 6.2 kilometre circuit, hosting the first ever race just yesterday afternoon. And Ren, it was exciting, and a race between two at the front of the field, which unfortunately ended up with our Austrian visitor in the fence. But until that point, it was a seriously hot battle.
It was awesome to watch. We're really proud of all the drivers that are developing to this level, and yeah, it was exciting to watch there. An unfortunate result for Ernst at the end. The team did a massive job last night to sort of get that car repaired, and unfortunately very early this morning we found an issue with the gearbox. So he's going to sit qualifying out, but we are working at the moment with the stewards to see if we can get him in a car for the race later today. But yeah, he obviously was a pace setter in the race. Antoine, though, was confident there's probably a little bit more time he thinks he can find. He's already gone double purple sector now. We'll see what he can do at the start of this session. But they are pretty keen to try and get a lap before they start getting into traffic. They're learning about that at the mountain as well. That middle sector can really kill a good lap. So I expect to see some sort of purple sectors early on, some quick times, and then maybe a couple of guys sit it out and wait to see the track kind of spread out before they have a crack afterwards.
Tim, you've raced here, won here, and you've taken on the important role of coaching these drivers in this field. A lot of them are really just beginning their life in motor racing. They've come up through Club Challenge, which is the time attack system for Ferrari that operates around the world and here in Australia. So really cool to have a lot of coaches a part of the series as well as yourself, Tim, here this weekend talking to the drivers. What was the feedback that you gave them after the first race yesterday?
Yeah, look, I mean, the feedback varied, obviously. Some had some different experiences throughout the race compared to others, but generally the vibe was that everyone just enjoyed being out there, being on the circuit at such a great venue. And then this morning, for those that had a bad race, it was just more to the point of yesterday was yesterday, reset and go again. You've got the luxury of another qualifying session to set the grid for race one, and not think about the mistakes that might have been made yesterday during the race.
We did see another moment which was just before the safety car came out, which was Manu Nityanantha that struck the fence going up towards McPhillamy, and unfortunately, I don't see that car out on track at the moment, Ren, and I guess that was just a bridge too far, unfortunately.
Yeah, a little bit too much damage. Initially, when we saw that during the race, I only saw the sort of rear impact on the driver's right-hand side, but it was that first impact on the left where it really sort of went hard into the wall on the left-hand side that did most of that frontal damage. It's a real shame. Manu's been with us since the start of Club Challenge 4 years ago, and he's one of the personalities of the paddock. He's a really, really great guy to have around, and is someone who's always wanted to get into the racing with Ferrari Challenge. So it's a shame that happened to him, but I'm sure we'll see him back. He's a great part of the family, and we'll obviously invite him back with open arms at the next round.
So let's look at yesterday's race results, and a great result for Antoine Gattani, standing on the podium for the first time and getting joined by a couple of drivers, and actually being able to beat a couple of drivers with a little bit more experience than him as well.
That's right. I mean, Antoine, we're really proud of what he's done yesterday. He sort of kept a clean head as well. You know, Ernst, who we're not seeing here today in the 99 car, he's a two-time champion from Europe, an experienced Ferrari Challenge racer and an experienced racer with 12 years of racing experience. So Antoine just kept a really clean head and kind of kept that pressure on until it forced the hand of Ernst to sort of have that mistake. So I expect big things. We've just seen a 209.4 come up at the moment. We know there's a bit of time left in these cars. The eclectic we were seeing with the quicker guys out of quali, some of the data we looked at is potentially we might see a 6 today.
Wow.
So that's, you know, I don't want to put too much pressure on these guys, but a reminder that we are rolling out in Q2 with a fresh set of tyres. So they're a green set now, which is why we've seen a couple of laps building up to it. It's going to be interesting to see just how quick they can go.
They run a Pirelli tyre, which has been especially formulated by Pirelli for this car as well. So it is tailor-made for the Ferrari 296 Challenge. and it easily hung on yesterday through a 30-minute qualifying session in the 30-minute race. Those tyres get put aside, brand new set like Ren was talking about for today for qualifying and the race. So there's no real tyre strategy to worry about, other than maybe in qualifying you could choose to do fewer laps to save yourself a little bit more rubber up your sleeve for the race.
Exactly, and that was the strategy yesterday for Ernst. We've just seen Antoine go purple with a 51.6 in that first sector as well, so we might see a low 8 coming up now. But exactly right, there's a bit of strategy involved. If you can get a quick lap out in 4 or 5, maybe park it and save that extra sort of 15, 20 minutes of running on the tyre to have a fresher tyre for the end of the race afterwards. So not many people thought about that strategy yesterday, it seems, but I think we might see some of that today. Tim and I were chatting earlier about just the setup on some of the cars as well. So they're all starting to look at setup a little bit more now after having spent that first day of racing as well.
Yeah, yesterday Tim was just more about tuning the drivers than tuning the cars, I imagine.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all about just trying to maximise your lap time here. But it's quite interesting that the cogs are obviously starting to turn for a lot of the drivers, both yesterday afternoon and again this morning, about how they can maybe get a little bit more out of themselves, a little bit more out of the car, maybe even just a little bit more comfort out of what they're feeling from the car at such high speeds that they're travelling around today.
A couple nice first sectors for Antoine, but unfortunately may have struck some traffic on that lap as well. We'll find out when he gets to the finish line what the end result was. First sector was a 51.6, did a 35.1 across the top of the mountain. And the end of that lap at 2:09.6, so 2/10 down, and did strike a little bit of traffic in sector 3. His pole lap yesterday ran a 2:08.0, which stands as the new qualifying lap record here. And like you mentioned, if they get it right, it's certainly possible that we'll see them improve on that lap time. When you talk about the improvements that they were making yesterday, the majority of the field found anywhere between 6 to 8 seconds of speed between practice 1 and the qualifying session.
And normally we'd look for 6 to 8 tenths, you know, was sort of focusing, but obviously for a lot of them first time at the mountain, it's really about getting them comfortable. And as we said, our driving standards advisor, Steve Owen, he knows this place back inside and out. He's, you know, done a lot of laps here, and his advice to all the drivers was use quali 1 yesterday as practice 2. You know, use that to just build up a little bit at a time. We see Antoine again there. There's still a bit of space there. He's a bit conservative. We'll see what his middle sector looks like here, because I think, again, he's going to be on for probably a low 8 or a 7 here.
Nice wide entry into McPhillamy. Pick up the throttle. 700 horsepower. Maybe lean on a little bit of the traction control and the electronic aids that you have across the top of the mountain, particularly ABS down through this part of the track, hard into the dipper. Back down to second gear. It's quite a torquey motor, and you can actually drive out of a few of these corners in a higher gear than you think you would need to in any other Ferrari race car before it, with the big V8 engine. The new twin-turbo V6, extremely torquey coming out of the corner.
That's right, yeah. And we see Antoine again copping a little bit of traffic here. His strategy is going to have to be to try and find a gap, working with his coach and engineer, try and find some clean air here to work with, because it's going to keep hurting him. He is still provisionally on pole at this stage. Let's not forget about that, but I think there's definitely more time in it for him. But coming back to your point, it really is with this new twin-turbo V6 engine, it really is a wall of torque this car's got from very low RPM. And we are seeing, particularly on data, between the 488 Challenge Evo and the 296 Challenge, that gear higher, and particularly, obviously, the road speed is obviously increased. Tim spent a bit of time last night as well looking at the data of some of the cars. And he might be able to talk us through a little bit around the circuit, Tim, of sort of where the pace of this car is coming from.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the one thing we're finding is that just how slippery this car can be up and down the straight sections of road. Some of the top speeds that we're seeing around the circuit are about as fast as I'd like to be going out there, that's for sure. So it's certainly getting me excited watching some of the vision with the guys. You know, we all know about the top speed, but even some of the speeds we're seeing across the top sections, which if we get some cars in that section, we might even talk through it a little bit later on.
Antoine decides that now is the time to come back into pit lane, maybe repressuring and going again, but he does have a comfortable buffer back to Pollicina, and he hasn't got the threat of Ernst Kirchmeier out there to potentially take this pole away from him. So I wonder if he will just favour saving the Pirelli tyres.
And it's interesting, there's a bit of a game of chess on screen here at the moment with our second and third place. So Jim Pollicina in car 7 and Rob Wilson in car 44. You know, two of our more experienced racers just so happen to be on each other's tail in qualifying, following each other around. So there's obviously a little bit of chess going on here. It'll be interesting to see with these two who was actually conserving a bit of tyre life as well, because running with the other car, obviously there's going to be a tow advantage for the car behind on the straight. whether he tries to maximise that to improve his lap time, or if he's just trying to wear Rod out. We'll see.
Well, this is the part of the track that you were talking about, Tim. What numbers did you discover from yesterday's data?
Yeah, absolutely. So as we approach the grate down here, we're looking at about 185 apex speed right here for Rod and Jim, and a similar, maybe a little, about 10k an hour faster as we go over McPhillamy. And then before they drop over the skyline, they're seeing about 220, which is quite fast, as we know, and as I say, faster than, or just as fast as what we're probably possibly seeing from some cars in the 12 hour. I actually spoke to Rod earlier before he jumped in the car, and he was like a kid in a candy shop. He was so excited. He was looking for a little bit more stability. He actually made a bit of a wing change, which I hope he's okay and comfortable with me mentioning here. But made a bit of wing change just to try and get a bit more stability from the car across the top of the mountain, and also a little bit under braking as well.
It's interesting just to see the timing screens light up now. Cameron Campbell's pushed into a 211. And he's got himself into P2 now. Enzo Cheng also just outside the top 3 there with a 211.9, so only 0.04 of a second off Policina. I expect to see those guys pushing a little bit harder now as they've got confidence in the green tyre kind of wearing in. And we did have a chat to quite a few of the guys. You know, we were on track late yesterday. We're on track sort of mid-morning now. The track has evolved. When we do Club Challenge, we sort of own the circuit. We run the track almost open pit sometimes. And for them, the track is constantly evolving slowly. Whereas now we've had hours out of the car. There's been a lot of the 12-hour running as well, so the track's going to rubber up. So I think it's probably a bit of confidence in them just learning what the track conditions are doing before they start really pushing.
Nice lap from Wilson, gets himself a little bit closer to Gaetani, but as this session heats up and we've still got a little bit more time to run out here, and especially with Antoine back out on track, a good chance to just remind everybody of the amazing history of this series and how cool it was to see the 296 launched and celebrated in the last 12 months. And when we talk about cool pictures, check this out from Circuit Monteblanco at the International Media Test Day. And one car representing each of the national championships that run around the world, from the European Series with its 33 years of running to North America, the second most run series, the UK and Japan joining recently, and then most recently, of course, yesterday, as a matter of fact, Australasia joining these incredible championships. So we're going back to 1993 when this category was originally launched in Italy and has spread out now to all corners of the world. Also had a little Asia Pacific series which ran there. Unfortunately didn't make it through COVID, but cool to see these cars on track just outside of Sevilla in Spain on a very sunny day in December, and some very lucky drivers taking to the wheel on that day, and a few of the Ferrari factory boys there as well, and some fast times coming to the screen right now, including Enzo Cheng, who's found bucket loads of speed from where he was yesterday in the Copper Shell category.
Enzo, obviously, punching above his weight there in the Copper Shell. Enzo's got a very experienced GT racer, and obviously some of the huge amount of experience around here in Ben Porter. So he's got him in his corner, sort of helping him with the coaching and data as well. Obviously, as we said, he's found the confidence in the track here with the conditions improving to his favour. And also a few setup changes on the car, probably just helping dial it in for him to kind of get a little bit more comfortable. But to see him jump straight up into the 209s there is fantastic.
Masahiro Taguchi, we saw him exploring the limits of the ABS down at turns 1 and 23 yesterday, particularly those 90-degree corners, and flying the flag for Japan, although Australian-based in our Copper Shell class here today, sitting down in 11th. But nice lap from Enzo, and looking to improve on this one as well, as he's gone a personal best through Sector 1. He's found a 1.5 seconds, Tim, on his time from yesterday, Enzo. So ripping lap to get himself within touching distance of the pole sitter.
Yeah, absolutely. That's quite an incredible achievement there. And we probably don't want to pump Ben Porter's tyres up too much, but he's locking out the front row at the moment with two of his drivers. So credit to Ben there. Obviously, he's given them a bit of a tune-up to go into qualifying this morning, and it looks like it's absolutely worked.
And what's sort of impressive to see, sort of just over that halfway now into the session as well, is just how many personal bests are showing up on the timing screen. The drivers are kind of doing as we're sort of asking. They're chipping away lap after lap, trying to just improve, small amounts each lap and sort of find the limit or approach the limit, gently, because as we know, the mountain bites pretty hard when it does.
Yes, it does. It was a very favourable mountain to this man yesterday, Jared Ferrari. Yes, that is his last name. Perfect driver name to be at the wheel right now of this 488 model. So it's the older model car. He goes first in class with a bullet. 2:11.7 is a very handsome lap time, and that's 0.6 up on his pole lap yesterday.
A fantastic lap from Jared. I looked through some data and video with him this morning. Young Lockie Manif's his coach and engineer for this weekend, and really working with him on lap speed. But we can see Enzo Cheng as well going 209.1.
And going to the top. So that's the first time we've seen a different name other than either Gattani or from yesterday, our Austrian visitor, Ernst Kirchmeier as well. So,
and our Copper Shell class as well on outright
good
pole.
Point, true. So he's got the whole box there at the moment. Yesterday in class, it was Dave Traverne who picked up the Copper Shell pole.
8-2 for Antoine Gattani.
And did it with 3 red sectors as well. Don't often see that for a pole lap.
Right.
That is a surprise. And Gattani goes back with an 8-2. 2/10 off his time from yesterday. Has he got a bit more left in the tank?
It's interesting to look as well at the timing. From P3 through to P7, we've only got 7.5 tenths of time there. So there's a lot of movement I expect to happen in the next couple of minutes in that top 10, really, apart from the two at the top there, obviously locking out the front row of this stage. But there's going to be a bit moving around. It'll be interesting to see just how fast these guys are willing to push.
Byrne goes up to 4th, 2nd in class for Copper Shell, and we've got 3 different classes, all 3 classes covered in the top 5 outright. So extremely jumbled field.
Yes, it is. I mean, and obviously it's day 2. They've all sort of slept on it. And they all sort of joked about how much they would actually sleep last night, but they all looked very refreshed this morning when we saw them. And it's going to be great to see what we can get towards the end of this session. It'd be amazing if we saw a 7 again on the timing sheets.
It's not going to be this lap for Antoine Gattani at least, unless Enzo Cheng can go around again. He looked like he was cooling it off on the last lap across the top. So Gattani will just have to get his nose in front here and go again.
That's 2 of the MC Corsa cars on screen there, so maybe team orders. There might be a little bit of a sort of
toe, maybe.
Yeah, maybe a toe. There might be a bit of strategy in this. We'll see. But also there might be a little back and forth from the driver radios to the pits here, just asking if we could please be let past.
Yep. It's a nice run onto Conrod Straight. He'll easily blow by his teammate this time by. Speeds down Conrod have been so fast this week. 290 plus kilometres per hour through the speed trap, which we saw yesterday on our timing screens. It is a fast car in a straight line with its 700 horsepower, twin-turbo 3-litre V6.
And after our discussions yesterday about maybe the potential of some wing changes in the cars sort of affecting that speed difference we were seeing between Ernst and Antoine, there was a few people looking around the pits, Tim, where they were at the rear wings and a few setup changes after that first race. So everyone has definitely come into race 2, or quali 2 this morning, I should say, with, I guess, a more competitive frame of mind.
Nice lap from David Frisch, 2:12.5 yesterday. Whoa! And that was a part of the racetrack where he was off yesterday.
After going P3.
So he found 1.5 seconds on yesterday's qualifying time and then found himself looking backwards. And that was right in front of Anton as well. So that's thrown this lap out also for Antoine Gattani. You could hear it before we could see it, and it was on the corner exit.
He's done a great job of arresting that. The coming off the brake was a bit of a hold the breath moment there, but he's done a good job of kind of keeping it obviously on the black stuff's the main thing there, and then recovering the car safely and getting underway. But I mean, to see him, I hadn't actually seen until that happened, to see him go P3, he's obviously pushing. That's a fantastic lap from David.
Absolutely, and I was just about to say it'll be a good confidence boost after the incident that he had at turn 1 to start the race yesterday. He was a little bit disappointed, as you'd expect, after that, but to move up onto the second row to start the next race, if he can stay there, would have been great. But I'm sure he brushed that one off. We got away with it. The car will still be ready to push on again to maybe increase the lap time in the next one.
And obviously with these cars having a traction control system and ABS as well, the risk of flat spotting that tyre, which is the tyre you have to carry through to the race, he's done a good job of kind of letting it rotate a little bit, letting it roll a little bit, so he didn't actually drag the tyre across the bitumen and ruin his tyres for the race.
Well put. For our Pirelli speed camp down at the bottom of the chase.
It's one of the things I heard yesterday, Chad, from a few people walking through the paddock is the noise. They said it's so cool just hearing the mountain, just Ferraris everywhere. But the guys at the chase were saying it was amazing hearing these things come through.
For a twin-turbo V6, it makes an amazing note. Yeah. And particularly on the downshifts.
Exactly
it's got
right.
A wicked sounding downshift on this car.
One of the guys from the factory that I've sort of known for a few years once said to me, you know, it really matters what the driver hears inside the car, but also outside sounds fantastic. But inside these cars, I'm sure you can attest to, Chad and Tim, the noise of them is fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. And the more noise that you're hearing from inside the car obviously gets you excited as a driver as well. And that's all about the environment around it, for the experience that you're having, which, with some of these notes, it's quite good to listen to, as long as you don't get too caught up in it.
Yeah, and any engine that's mounted just behind the driver as well, just adds to the note. New design on the exhaust system on these cars, which has been updated from the 488 as well. So huge changes from that car going through the screen now to this car. It's second of the 488s behind it, at least, to the newer model 296. They have done an amazing job in the evolution of these cars. The 9th car to take centre stage in Ferrari's One Make Championship, which is Ferrari Challenge, and it's an honour to have it here this weekend. And having its debut at Mount Panorama, and despite the daunting scene that was ahead of the drivers yesterday, we had just those 2 incidents in the race and a really clean opening practice session and qualifying session. Good to see it finish in green flag conditions right now with all but 1 car on the racetrack.
It's good to see Cameron Campbell here as well. He's gone 2 green sectors, so PB at this point. He mentioned only this morning that yesterday was his 3rd ever car race. He was a little disappointed that he got a couple of penalties in that car race, owned up to them, as he runs a little bit wide from the apex there at the end of the chase. But yeah, owned up to them, and obviously he was quite keen to just, again, reset, forget about yesterday, take away the positives. I think he was the 3rd fastest car in the race.
Yep.
And just see if he can build on that this session.
That is good race pace.
And it's worth adding that Cameron actually did his challenge races. He did 2 of them over at Paul Ricard in the European Series at the end of last year in the 296. So one of the mistakes that he made yesterday was just a procedural difference between the way the European Series runs and here. When they've waved the green flags coming into the final turn for the release from behind safety car, in Europe, that's fair game, away you go. So we saw that on screen yesterday. He sort of balked and then backed out of it, but at that point the stewards had made their call and applied that sort of penalty to him post-race. So he owned up to it, said, yeah, that's on me. But as Tim said, there's a lot of positives to take away, that he's now gone P3 on the timesheets as well. So awesome recovery. Oh, just pipped by David Trewern now at a 294.
Beautifully done. Trewern back to 3rd, and that fight between 1st and 2nd in class between Cheng and Trewern is heating up. Just 2 tenths between them. Now, boys, we're talking about this amazing Ferrari motor just a moment ago, and what we sent out with the press pack for this car is pretty special as well. So a good chance to actually have a look at what sits behind these drivers. And just for a second, maybe have a quick listen. Such a crisp motor, particularly on those gear shifts as well. That's what a 3-litre, 120 degrees V6 motor looks like. Twin turbo, 700 horsepower, and plenty of torque to go with that as well. So it's strong out of the corner, 740 newton meters. It's the highest horsepower per litre that they've come up with in this category as well. So it is a very serious Italian motor that knows how to propel these cars, and a lot of aerodynamics to help the drivers stick it to the racetrack as well.
That's right, Chad. And it's worth noting as well that audio clip we just heard there in the engine, I use that as my ASMR to go to sleep at night. So it's such a wonderful noise. But just what you were saying then about the torque, and looking at the data of the cars from yesterday compared to some GT3 data I've sort of have from around here, is coupled with that sort of dual clutch gearbox. There's no delay or loss of torque between gear changes, whereas in some of the GT cars here with that sort of manual sequential paddle shifted gearbox, you do have that sort of stagger of torque and acceleration there.
Let's have a look at the top of the mountain. Oh boy, that is close. And just getting away with it.
Very lucky.
There's not much in that. I think if you go and have a look at some of that signage there, you might see a little bit of red paint, possibly.
Wow, Mark Hutters, who was really quick yesterday, and I get the feeling, Tim, that maybe he's seen his 2:12 on the dash, and knowing that yesterday he was a little bit quicker than that, and now trying to play some catch-up. He did a 2:10.3 yesterday.
Yeah, I think so. Obviously, with only 3 minutes left, he's probably starting to feel the crunch time of now or never as such, to try and move a couple of spots further up. And as we've seen with Antoine, making the most of all the power, the aero, the torque that we've been mentioning to see our first ever 2:07.
Well, Hutters still went quicker on that lap as well. So that is very, very impressive despite the slide. And on top, Gattani, like you mentioned, giving us our first ever 7, so 2:07.5. He's found half a second on yesterday's pole time, and late in this session too.
And also towards the end of the session now, with Hutters having that big slide, he's got 10 laps on his tyres. You know, he's not trying to conserve at this point. It's interesting seeing a lot of them are staying out to put miles on the car. Enzo Cheng, though, is the one to watch in P2. Only 6 laps on his tyres at the moment.
Yes, good point. And at this time, he would just have enough to get out and go again for one last lap. He's in pit lane, but if he stays there for another 30 seconds, that window's going to close. So you need enough time to do the out lap before you get to the checkered flag.
Let's see what Rob Wilson's got here. He's on 2 personal bests at the moment for the first 2 sectors. See if he can go from an 11-1. If he can pull a half a second out, he's going to take another 3 or 4 spots here on the grid sheet. So
second yesterday in the race. Would like to see himself a little bit further up the order than 7th, and he does. He gets up to 5th position, so inside row number 3 for the rolling start that'll be happening later today.
And interesting too that he's just dropped in there behind the fellow Zagami Autosport car in Cameron Campbell, so only 2 tenths in it, so I wonder if Rod will maybe have some words when he gets back about
team orders,
looking
maybe
after the boss.
Down the bottom is Tony Balden, who's just done his best lap as well, guys, with a 2-minute 20.2. He qualified yesterday with a 2-minute 27, so he's still on that Voyager Discovery. He found about 8 seconds between practice and qualifying, and he's now found another, 7 seconds between the 2 qualifying sessions as well. So nice work, Tony.
And it's interesting mentioning what Tim mentioned then about Rod being the boss. So the way the Ferrari Challenge Australasia Series runs, we effectively have dealer teams running the cars. So we have MC Corsa, which is the Ferrari official Sydney dealership, and then Zagami Autosport, which is the Ferrari Richmond or Ferrari Melbourne dealership. Rod being the team principal for the Zagami Autosport team. So it's not often you see the team boss in the car on the circuit, but it's great to see Rod back in the saddle after obviously a huge career in the sport, and obviously the drivers that are in this, he's got 3 other drivers in this championship, and he's really, their mentor. He's brought them from track day driving into Club Challenge and now to Ferrari Challenge Australasia. It's great to see someone of Rod's experience kind of involved, very intimately with the program.
And going quicker on this lap potentially as well, so nice first sector. Couldn't quite continue that through the middle. Jim Policina has, though. He's a little bit further behind these sector times. They were 2nd and 3rd yesterday. If they're starting 5th and 6th today, they're going to have some cars to pass. And nice work from Cameron Campbell as well to get himself inside the top 4.
And Policina mentioned that obviously an experienced racer in Touring Car Masters in some of the V8s that he's driven around here. And one of the things he sort of came and had a bit of a detailed chat about was traction control. A lot of the cars he's driven are older style cars and more mechanical style cars. He really wanted to understand how that worked. And for the listeners here and those viewers, we have 2 levels of traction control. Effectively, when the system kicks in is one knob, and how much it intervenes when it does kick in is the other. So you can blend between, I guess, the driver feeling the tyre move around a little bit and conserving some tyre life versus those drivers who are a bit more mechanical and really want to be able to, feel it under their right foot, you might say. So it's good to see sort of Jim playing around with that, because it means he's starting to explore the limits of the car a little bit more.
Nicely done. Here is David Fresh after the spin that he had earlier. Turn 1 has not been his friend here at Mount Panorama this weekend with the incident in the race. And he's lining up to greet the checkered flag, and will be the first driver in the field to do so, bringing about an end to this session. Met by Tony Balden, who went even quicker, and he's broken through to the team, so he'll be pretty happy with that. Chris Huang in behind him gets his best lap of the session as well, a 2-minute 15. Now, he did a 21 yesterday, so that's 6 seconds of improvement for him too.
That's right, and the Circle Wines is actually one of his restaurants in Sydney and in Melbourne, and he was saying, the champagne yesterday on the podium, he's looking for more of that today.
Perfect.
He's got a lot of champagne in his restaurant, and he's willing to spray more of it today, so I expect to see Chris quite aggressive in the race to sort of maintain that podium position from the 488 Challenge qualifying.
Well, that lap jumped him ahead of the Japanese driver, Baby Kai, and put him to 3rd in the class, which at the moment is being led again by Jared Ferrari. And Ferrari's put a bit of distance on the field there with his older model 488 as well. Still a little bit of time left here in this session as you get back to the checkered flag. So Jim Policina looks to be the last driver who could potentially improve. 1 minute 28 to the 2nd sector. So it is going to be the best lap of his session if he can complete that last 1/3 of the lap. Can he get himself maybe just ahead of Wilson or Campbell? Needs to find 2 to 3 tenths to get himself up ahead of Rod Wilson in car 44, MC Corsa team. Survey says, yes, he gets both of them. 209.4, did it with a red last sector, and that's really tight now in that sort of mid-pack between Treverne back to Fresh. Is about a second covering those 5 cars.
That's right. It's going to make for some interesting racing. And just watching there as well, when Jim came through the chase, I'll probably be recommending Tim after that he use a little less curb in the chase at nearly 300 k's an hour next time.
So from a 209.4 from Treverne to that 209.9 for Rod Wilson, there's a lot of drivers in between 3rd and 6th, but our pole man getting the job done once again. And he's on for the perfect weekend at the moment, from practice to both qualifying sessions and yesterday's race win. Antoine Gitani has got the job done again, but did get pushed at one point. It looked like Enzo Cheng was going to spring a surprise. He has taken the Copper Shell class pole, and Jared Ferrari will pick up class honours in 488. Well done another green flag session in the books this weekend, and MC Corsa on a tear at the front of this field from Gitani, Cheng, Treverne and Policina. They'll lock out the front 2 rows of the field before the first of the Zagami Autosport cars, and it's Campbell and Wilson. Campbell finding some time on yesterday's speed, and these drivers in particular finding a lot of time on their laps from yesterday. Huang picking up 7 or 8 seconds, and Tony Baldwin 11 seconds off the pole, but finding the better time of 8 seconds on yesterday's qualifying lap performance. Green flag conditions for Ferrari Challenge Australasia, and great to see these beautiful cars on the mountain. We'll be having them back for their final race of the weekend a little bit later before we go into the Pirelli pole battle later today. Boys, thank you very much. Head back to the paddock and find out what the gossip is. We'll hear from you guys later today. Plenty more to come from the mountain.